Oh, sorry about that, guys. Whew. Grab me some food and some water. The few? Hell yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it was funny. I ran all the ones you bought me the other day, after stream. And after everything I bought yesterday and everything, I spent, I was only down like 3 divines. Like after I put everything back in the stash and I converted a little bit of chaos, I was only down 3 divines after buying that like 17 divine chess piece and all those gems and stuff that I bought.
We've made a trade. Business. Hello, hello, hello.
Did you end up getting your build all set up, Edge? Broke more things? No! Yeah, that's the thing, is like, um, if you're gonna go the route where you replace things, it's not really worth spending like 15 divines on like gear because you're gonna replace it with other gear that's just as expensive that doesn't have like the stat requirements and stuff. So you go with the higher bases gear that has like higher like strength requirements because it has higher armor bases, and then you you try and get like T1 life rolls, and then like, oh my nose, sorry. And you only have to get chaos and fire res on a couple pieces of gear to cap out, which leaves you a suffix open so you can get um lots of different things. Give me a second, let me dog. All right, I'm back. So like you have a lot of different options at that point. See, like there's so many ways that you can go with it. It's not even funny. Um, like you can stick with the 6 link chess piece. Sorry, I'm yawning. Oh, you stick with the 6 link chess piece with the RF in it and your fire trap and your good helmet. Um, which is like an essence crafted helmet with like 3. Yeah, the life stacking is an option. With like 3 socketed gems or supported buys in it. That's an elder base helmet. So that's like kind of bis with like a T1 life roll. So you're looking at like that one's big dick. That's like 50 divines probably, maybe more. Um, but then like your gloves, right? Your gloves have options. So, T1 life roll, you get the double res, you can get AoE gems in the gloves if you want, or you can get life regeneration rate in your gloves, which is really strong as well. Uh, there's a few other random options you can get for prefixes as well. But big dick life rolls, like over 170 like life rolls. T1 light fire and chaos rolls. Like you're looking for T1 rolls at this point, so you're looking at like 20 plus divines for each piece of gear, and it just gets kind of wild out of hand. Like if we were to like look for a pair of gloves for you, right? Because you at this point you don't want to have to either A, you're gonna spend a lot of money crafting something, or B, you're just gonna try and buy something somebody else has already crafted and upgraded from, or crafted an extra like an extra pair, right? Well, let's say, okay, so we're not gonna do the fire specific. We're gonna do a count for fire, but we'll do this. I think it's like 35 or something like that. Like, 35 might be too high. 230. I don't remember what the. Oh, let's change this. I don't remember how much a max life can roll because you get it's a 2 for roll, right? Oh yeah, because it only go to 129. So the max roll you can get is like 150s. It looks like. And then chaos roll can actually go, I think, to 35. Yeah, 35 is max. Then you get big life roll here, right? But you can see, like, this is another suffix. It's like life regen. You don't want flat, but you can get percentage. But then you can get like a double armor roll to get like a huge armor roll base to go on top of that. All right, so if we were to go like armor only, and then you want the implicits already on it, so you don't have to do it yourself. And this is where it gets expensive. So you get this and this combo, but you get a higher like spread rate. Oh, all right. So we would do something like this. We would get rid of the strength, dex, is increased armor. I'll just get rid of everything but the 2 implicits. And then the spread you want like 1.7 is like the best you can get. But the weird thing about the way the trade works is 1.6 is actually 1.7. And then 1.5 is actually like 1.6, I think. Or is it 1.4? It's so weird. Yeah, this is the only one. So weird. Yeah, 1.1 gives you 1.2. So these are the only 2 that have the double E-cores. Now, you can actually not run the fire one, and you can add the fire one yourself. But like as you said, this is the only one, right? And it's got the damage while leeching. It's got increased area of effect. It's got the chaos roll with the area damage. So this is huge. This is like literally this. Other than the strength, you don't need. So this isn't exactly what you want. It has 1 dead stat, but this is like something you would look for. And as you can tell, it's stupid expensive. Like stupid expensive. And then if you were to do something similar but on boots, it's the weekend. The weekends are always 3 in a row. So this would not work because it's fractured, but you'd get something very similar, right? You'd get like a T1 like Ellie roll that you can re-roll to fire, or if it's already fire. You don't need the strength rolls, but like big life, you can get movement speed if you want it. If you don't want it, you get more life regen rate. But it's mostly about just getting these big life rolls. But the change that you can do, that if you want to keep your fire trap. Now, the weird thing is like if you make the change to life stacking, you usually drop your active skill. Yeah, exactly, Zeke. Exactly. Now, you can get something. You can get something that's not that as expensive, right? You can definitely get something not as expensive. You have to just drop the HP. Right? You drop the HP. Like something like this. Right? This right here, perfect. 40 divines. I mean, now that's expensive still, but this is doable. It's about 30 HP less, but it's doable. Oh, I know it's way but this is like these at the point you're at. You're kind of at chase items, right? You're kind of at chase items, and this is why it gets expensive. All right, and the only problem with this one is it has decks. Actually, a reasonable price for those gloves. Yeah, I mean, 10 divides is about average for most players. Honestly, it's about just putting in the grind. Getting to 40 divines would take you a little while, but putting your nose down and just getting into the map grind just to make the money, you'll hit it. It just takes some time. And then once you get something like this, it just makes you stronger. Your map grind becomes faster. Right? It's all about picking that money making method that you enjoy, that you can just spam. Right? That's all it's about. Yeah, I don't like the fragments personally. I usually just buy them because people have builds that farm them, and that's how they make their money. And it's just better for you just to buy them. It's honestly better Z, just to try and buy a carry or have a friend do it for you. I'm kind of curious on where your gear's at. See if like there's something easy we can do to like boost your gear for like almost no money. That's what I was saying. That put the nose down and just go. You just got to grind. As the only advice you can really give like someone that needs to make money is just put your nose down and go. Really your only option. Yeah, top the both left sides are the easy ones to do. It's the right ones. It's like getting someone that can kill Maven for you, and then getting someone that can kill Elder for you. Because your build isn't good for it. Your build's terrible for both of them. Yeah, Fib. She needs the Void Stones. And her build, like she's playing regular RF. It's not meant to do Maven, and it's not really meant to do Elder either. Like it's almost better to either play with somebody that can carry you through those two of your RF, or B, play a different build to get those two Void Stones. All right. So first thing we can do, Z, we can buy a Nebulous to juice your damage. Right? Because while you're mapping, you'll have active flasks. You'll be at 89 across the board. You're not quite 90, which is what you want, but 89 across the board. If you get just a cheap ass Nebulous, Right. I always have to edit this because I don't know how to get rid of the LE implicit. Um. All right. So if you just did this, you would gain damage. Obviously, we'd have to go in here and do like this, this, um, this, this, that, that. Just something like this, right? But like this one change gives you almost 90k. Yeah, exactly. Fib. It's just better just to buy the carry. That's what I think I need to do, Fib. I need to buy a carry through Sanctum because I need the Trial Master at the end. I need the Bloodline. There's no way I can do on my cast on stun. There's no way to do Sanctum, so I need someone to carry me. Yeah, the logbook. I gotta kill the boss at the end of the 4th floor. Yep, I need Lycia. For this build, I need Lycia. Anyway, so getting a cheap Nebulous Z would give you a decent jump in damage. I know, Edge, I know. It's something new for you. And then a slightly better helmet. Right, those 2 upgrades will be good. Like, you already have starter gloves. This is fine. Right, I wouldn't change your gloves. Boots, fine. The only thing I would change on your boots is that Chaos Res. I would change to +1 Fire Res. That would get you to 90, 90, 90, which would give you a little bit more damage from the Nebulous, probably closer to 100k. And then the rest of this is fine. Like, your rings eventually need to change, but it's fine. Mortal Flesh, it's fine. Everything else, fine. You have one open socket here, you can just throw something in. But buying a Nebulous is stupid cheap. And then a slightly upgraded helmet would be a little bit more money. But like, look at the Nebulous. It's dumb cheap. It's like actually dumb cheap. 8C for a bad one. And then if you like scroll through these a little bit, you can get something that actually gives you a little bit more damage because you can get something that has like LE damage or burn damage or fire damage or ignite chance on it or something. Something that will actually give you something. Right? Even this increased armor is something. Like, they obviously get a little bit more expensive if you like get property on the top that's useful for you. And at this point, you're better off like going in and selecting like a not statement and trying to remove some things to find you something. So like if you were to come in here and go to not and then add in like increase attack damage. And these are all implicits, so you got to get rid of the implicit. So you get rid of that, and you come in here and do increased chaos damage. All right, and then we get rid of the strength rolls. Get rid of the int rolls. This one might be hard. Okay, I was gonna say this one might be harder because there's too many options. It won't find it. So you start adding these knots in here, and then it starts to like find you things that you could use, right? The problem with this one, though, the problem with doing this though is something that has lightning damage could also have like fire damage on it later. So if you some of these could have a combination of this plus a mod you want, and this is you could miss a cheap version of what you're looking for. Yeah, it's better to do the count. You're right, Phip, and just have it set to like 1. You're right. That would be easier. It's just there's so many options. So like fire damage. I like doing pseudo fire damage because it actually encompasses burn damage, LE damage, and things like that. So if you just do pseudo fire damage, sometimes it'll find like see it finds LE, finds fire, and it could find burn damage as well. So I like doing the pseudo one. But like this right here, it's not too terrible, right? For my build, gain life on hit is really good. But you see how this has lightning damage and fire damage? This one you would have not seen if you did the knots. But yeah, something like this, it's obviously a lot more expensive than the 10C, but if you like you can go 10C and still get a 100k increase. You spend 80C, you can get, you know, probably like 115, 110, maybe 120% increase or 120k damage increase or something like this. You know, you can go a little bit more and you could probably get something per hit. So every time your fire trap hits, it gives you 11 life, which is kind of meh. And something like this isn't too terrible either. 8 quality to socketed strength gems. So if you just put strength gems in here, the red ones, they can give you a little bit of quality. So if the quality helps the gem, then that's useful. But so you have options here, basically, is what I'm getting at. But this is like an option for an easy, simple upgrade. Like I said, you can go as simple as just an 8C one and just call it a day. And then for your helmet, for a slightly better helmet, you get an essence crafted helmet with just the socket gems are supported by burning. So something like this with light, like this is like a good starter piece for you, right? Now don't get me wrong, this has energy shield. You can re-roll that to something else, but like life roll, fire res roll. Yours currently has life and fire. That's it. Like this is like equivalent to the helmet you're wearing. Granted, it's not an armor base. Um, so but like look at yours. Yours has 84 life with burn damage on it and 45 fire. That's the only 2 stats it has on it other than the burning damage. And then it's armor energy shield. This one is also no armor. So I mean that it would be a little bit more expensive to do the armor version. Like this one would probably be better. So we lose a little bit of fire and you have crafted life. But you get the essence craft with 30% more damage for your fire trap. Your fire trap would be a lot bigger. It's just the life roll is a little low. Right? This one, the minion damage one, does like nothing for you. There's no life roll. So we would want to actually just make sure it has life of at least 50. 50 is like craft, like a crafted mod. You can actually go as far as like, let's just say like 60. And then I would honestly just spend a little extra to get an armor base only. And then like something like any of these are like a good starter helmet. Like 1 to 2 divines, even up to 3 divines if you like try and get a better one. But like this has a dead staff for you. I don't really like this has like it's like a low base because it has like lower armor, right? But these are all like crafted life rolls. Now, if you wanted more expensive because you wanted more life, you'd have to go above 70 HP. So 3 divines. This one actually not bad if you can drop the fire res. If you can drop the fire res, this is actually a good one. Because the fire res is good for you because it gives you more of your other reses and it gives you a little bit more regen. But dropping this 45 fire, I mean, getting some fire is fine, but like getting no fire, like on something like this, because it's got a dead mana stat, it's got a dead regen stat. Right, that's why it's only 3 divines. This one's got a better regen stat, which would counter the fact that you don't have fire res on it. But these double added to spells don't do nothing for you. This one's like kind of in the same boat, right? The increased armor kind of feels bad, plus the strength kind of just feels bad. I need to change this from pseudo. It's finding strength when I do that. Yeah, like this is a bad like. Why did they craft this? This is kind of stupid. The reason I wasn't looking for multi-FIP is because that's going to be more expensive. I could look for multi, but I was just giving an example. Yeah, your upgrades always become like 10 plus divines at a certain point. So I was like kind of looking to see what we could find here that would be good for you. Like this actually is probably worth it because this lightning res could be converted to fire res. The rarity doesn't matter all that much, but it's got the double that you need. It's got the good life roll. This is something you should buy. This is something that would be a good upgrade for you. It's got good armor, it's got good life, and like I said, this can be Horticraft over to fire, and you're good. Sure.
Could do.
So this will juice um your fire trap a little bit. It's not a fire trap helmet, but it is it's 3 divine. It's not a fire trap helmet, but it does have increased burn, which increases your RF damage as well. Which an fire trap helmet would do the same thing, but this is your starter helmet. And like I said, you wanted a nebulous, or you should get a nebulous. And then pseudo fire damage, and then yeah, multi would have been a good one too. I hate it that it does that. Yeah, so ADC for like something like this is like a good starter piece. Because it's not finding the multis. Multis I think are just too high comparatively to these ones. I'm kind of curious. What if I turned fire damage off? It doesn't even find fire multi or damage over time multi. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Pip. I just saw that. I was like, wait. There you go. Funny thing is, it still found these ones, even though they weren't set as implicit. Yeah, it's not finding them. So, yeah, it's fine. I would just say just get this one at that point.
It's a gilded wonder.
Like these two upgrades alone will give you like, I don't know, 150 to probably close to 200k damage increase just for RF. Yeah, ADC. That should fix you up. Hmm. Hmm. Tover, can you hear me? No? Cool. Looking at the game, I think it's interesting. Another type of idle game or idle game. Curious on like what all it has to offer. I see there's like mining, combat, archery, all sorts of different like things like smith like crafting and stuff. I like that on the side. It looks kind of cool. Yeah, it depends on how much it is. You're right. You're right. But yeah, that should get you all set up for a while there, Z. All right, let's see what you got me. Yes, we got money to make. Oh baby, let's go. I thought you were serious, not trolling when you said a few. Oh, you spent everything. Let's go. All right, what do we got? All right. So, and we'll do later. Because these ones are all the straight up AFK ones that I'm putting off to the side here. These are good money, boys. Let's go. About to make us some money. Means we're gonna go to our RF though. Because these are all purchased for my RF, not my block character. Oh man. About to go positive today. Alright, let's switch characters. Ran out of money? Oh, and then you took your tip? Okay. You were a little picky. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, if there's a lot popping, bro, like, you can be picky. What are those? Those are money, Z. Those are just money. That's what those are. All right, let's do these three first. They're, it's basically gambling, but not really. So what happens is you come in here, you throw in, so it's ultimatum. So you put in this inscribed. It's like a small little ultimatum room, and it tells you at the top it's a challenge. I have to stand in the stones for X amount of time, and I have to sacrifice 4 divines to double the currency. So typically, you buy this for 3 divines from another player, then you sacrifice 4 divines. So that's 7 divine investment to get 8 divines back. So this will take me like a minute or two to run, and I'll make a divine. Guaranteed. As long as I don't fail. Right? So it does have risk versus reward, because if I fail, I'm out 7 divines. If I succeed, I gain a divine. So the risk versus reward isn't that high. But if you have a build that's very reliable and you know you're not going to die, it's guaranteed to be a divine every time. So this method is roughly, if I had to take a guess, if I don't do a lot of standing stone ones, I could probably run like 40 of these an hour. So it's roughly like probably 40 plus divines an hour, 30 plus if I'm being like generous. Now if I get the 1 divine ones, which are cheaper, but they're not as lucrative, like I'll buy them for like 150C, and then I make 1 divine. So it's roughly like 40C profit per run. And you know, okay, dog, stop laying on me. Lay down on the floor and stop like leaning up against me. Holy fuck, you're so heavy. So it's like 40C. So if I have to run like 5 of them, you get 1 divine, right? And like I said, as long as I don't run the standstone ones, I can run them in like a minute. So it's like 5 minutes per divine at that point. So it's not that much when you run the 1 divine ones. Because what is that? 5 divided by 60. That's like what? 6 times 2. 12. It's only like 3 divines an hour or something like that. I don't know. Or sorry. 5, 10. That's 2. Oh yeah. So like 12 divines an hour. So at bare minimum, it's like 12 divines an hour, somewhere around there. But like I said, if I do the non-standstone ones, they're a lot faster. The standstone ones take a couple minutes because I have to run from standstone to standstone. If the mods are bad, I get stunned a lot, and those ones take me like 5 minutes to clear. Yeah, and then you can get really lucky, like Edge just said, and you can buy them for even cheaper. Because most of the time they're like for 3 divine. Sometimes people sell them for 2, but they go so fast. Even the 3 divine ones go really fast. They were fast today. Yeah, sometimes, man, people be crazy. And we just make money. 1 divine increase right there. And they're very easy. Like if you have a build for it, super easy. Only 1 person? Hey, that's not too terrible. Yeah, 1 divine for standstones sucks. Mainly because I'm a stun build. Hey, if I had can't be stunned and I had freeze immunity, these ones would be easy. But if I couldn't be stunned, then I'd die. The standstone ones are just so annoying. Like, I don't mind doing a standstone if it's like a 4 divine or an 8 divine, because I'm gonna make at least 1 divine out of it. But making 40C for all this effort is better than nothing, but it's still just annoying. Yeah, like I said, I'm not opposed to a sandstone if it's going to be a guaranteed divine increase, right? Like if there's a sandstone or 2 divines to make 4, I'll run it, right? If it's 3 divines for a 4 divine, or 7 divines for an 8 divine, or 6 divines for an 8 divine, or whatever, I'm fine. Like that's a divine for a couple minutes worth of work. It's worth the effort. But like, if there's not a lot being sold, or there's like not a lot that I can actually beat people to, I'll take the standstones for 1, just so I can make some money. But they're just, for this build, it's not really worth my effort. Oh, they're 90? Nice. See, that's not too terrible. That's like 100C each. So 2 of them, the 2 that you did get, would be a divine. That's better than having to run 5 of them. Alright. Then we're going to get real AFK with it. This was the only standstones we had. The rest of this is like super AFK. I like doing these ones when I'm working, because I can literally just like zone in and walk away. I'm trying to get my pizza, so I'm playing with like 1 hand right now. And then when I don't have any of these, I typically just run ultimatums in my own map to try and find my own divine ones. Those are a little more annoying because they're rare, which is why buying them from other players is easier. But you also have to manually check all the mods on it to see if it's one that you can't run, and then sometimes you mess up. Like I messed up the other day. I had a fracturing orb one, and I failed it because I didn't realize that it had the rune guy on it. I'm trying to find the tomes, bro. I didn't realize T1 freaking tomes were so expensive. I wonder how expensive they are early game, Edge. Like league start, when you're already in T1 maps. I never pick them up. Because I never realized they were worth anything. So I'm wondering, like, towards league launch, how expensive tier 68 tomes would be worth. Like, I get why they're expensive, like, later, because people are getting carries through Sanctum for their thingamajiggy. But kind of curious early game if they're worth much. All right, time to make some money. 29, one divs. Let's go. Heads up. These ones aren't as lucrative. But we can literally just stand here. Sucks that you didn't get any though. I feel like they're kind of rare. Like I think I've only found like 5 or 6 this league in the maps that I've run. So they don't pop all that often. But look at this, man. I'm at 41% to 99, and all I've been doing is ultimatums on this guy. They don't, though, because they like the higher level ones aren't worth anything. But did you check the price of the level 68 ones? Level 68 logbook or Forgotten Tomes or whatever are actually worth money. Even like the 69s and the 70s are still worth money. The low tier ones are actually worth good money because people run them for rates for the bloodlines. So Hydra is the Shaper map, remember? So you go to your maps, go to the Shaper one, pull one of the Shaper maps out of the pool of Shaper maps you have, if you have any. And then you just click on the Hydra and you pop a map in and you start it. And then once you run the map. The Hydra is kind of annoying because he's an archer, and there's like totems on the side of the map that shoot frost orbs across the screen. You just got to stand between them and chase them around. I mean, you can just you can either A, edit your Atlas tree a little bit to drop Shaper maps, or B, you can just buy a Shaper map from anybody. I don't think they're that expensive. I think all you have to do is go into maps, go to like 216, and then switch it to non-unique. I think it says it like has Shaper influence or something like that. Maybe not. First thing, you got to get rid of the foil. There's a foil option in here somewhere. Yeah, I don't know, veiled. There's a foil option, none. Right? How do I? Yeah, I think it's I think there's an option for it. But I don't remember. It's been a while since I've actually searched for them. Yeah, let me just look at one of mine. I have some. I mean, I can always sell you one, but I want to show you how to get them. They're right here. Shaper Guardian map. Yeah, area is influenced by the Shaper. So the same thing. I just thought this would work. Maybe it's because it wasn't. Yeah, it's implicit. So you do this, and then you just buy it like 1 or 2C. That's literally all it is. Now, like I said, you could also set up your Atlas tree to drop them more often. It's just this node right here. Final map boss has 3% chance to drop Elder and Shaper maps. And then you can just pick one side or the other. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, this just gives you increased chances for them to drop Elder and Shapers. So you can like get more of those maps to run them. And this would be, I would do this on your map drop one. So the one that you have set up to drop lots of maps, picking this up to get even more of them would be helpful. A lot of people run their map drop one with like either synthesized this. They'll do the Conqueror ones as well. They'll grab these to increase their chances of getting Conqueror, synthesized, Elder Shaper maps, stuff like that. But yeah, that's what I would recommend. Just pick this up if you want to farm them yourself. I'm doing pretty good, mate. I ended up sleeping in today because like I went to bed at like 1 after running our errands and going shopping and stuff. And I woke up at like 3, woke up at like 5, I woke up at like 7, and then from 7 to 8 I couldn't go back to sleep. I finally fell back asleep at 8, and then I just passed out from 8 until the wife came in at like 12:30. Yeah, Fortress is a nightmare map. Yeah, Fortress is a nightmare map. For those, you either buy nightmare maps from other players, or once again, you drop them yourself in maps. So when you're running maps, there's a chance to drop a nightmare map, right? And that just you just plop it in. Nightmare maps are kind of like the Shaper, but they're for the T17s. So they are these ones here, these nightmares. The same philosophy. You just buy one of these random ones, and then these ones are easier to shop for. Like you don't even have to do this. All you do is you literally just type in nightmare map. Like you can turn everything else off, and they're just that. Nightmare maps are easy to search for. 25, 30C a pop. Now you go up to 40 real fast. And then if they actually have good stats, they become even more expensive. Because when you're like looking at like this has 35% more maps. This has 94% more currency. This one's probably worth money. This one's 47% more currency with more maps. This one's 88% scarabs. This one's probably worth money. This one's probably worth money. Like these aren't really, these are like 35% maps, 40% currencies. They're okay. They're probably worth like 50, 60C. More currency. 60% backside, that one's probably worth a little bit of money. $70% more scarabs might be worth something. Most people run P17s for the increased currencies and increased scarabs, because they just juice those maps to farm both those currencies and scarabs and stuff. Pretty easy. But yeah, like these are worth money, but these are worth like 40C, like probably max, maybe 50C. So you can like just sell nightmare maps for like 50C a pop, unless they have good stats. Then you can sell them for up to like a divine or more. I've sold a bunch of nightmare maps for over a divine. You can also roll them, but not always. Like if you do the 8 mod map farm, which is the best way to do them or to drop them, because they can't be changed after that, but they can they roll 8 mods, which gives it increased quantity, rarity, you know, extra odds for more currencies and scarabs. So those maps can actually roll really good stats for being worth really good money.
Would you like a cup of water?
Yeah, thanks for the
You
hydrate.
look thirsty as fuck right now.
Oh man, but yeah, did I not answer your question earlier about being my day? I don't remember. My mind's kind of all over the place. I said I did get an okay sleep after I finally fell asleep at 8 o'clock. I fell asleep for 4 hours straight at least, after on and off sleeping for like 4 or 5 hours. Oh, but it was pretty good. You know, like I said, we just ran some errands, hung out with the wife for a while, watched some TV, ate some lunch, you know, whatnot. Yeah, Z, it's all about finding the build you like, figuring out how to like buy and upgrade your gear, and then finding a money making method you like. Once you find a money making method that you can actually put your nose down and just do for hours on end and just make consistent money, upgrading your gear becomes easy. Because then you just put your nose down, you grind until you get your first upgrade, and then you put your nose down, you grind until you get your next upgrade. And then as you get your upgrades, you can increase your money making methods. The only thing I hate about doing these is having to manually put my currency in the offering every time. Oh man. Yeah, mercs are really, they're not rare themselves, but to get the good ones is rare, and to get a good one with good stats is even rarer. That's why like the mercs are worth so much money. It's not even what you care about, it's what's easy. Right? What's something that you can just you can load into that doesn't take a lot of time, that you don't hate running. Right? That's literally what it boils down to. So, for example, throwing in ores into your map, very easy. You can farm ores, and then you can use the ores to send shipments at your base, and then those shipments can bring you back currency, right? Or you can combo this with map farming, and then so this method I would consider a King's March method to making money, right? So you 8 mod map farm, like corrupted 8 mod farm. Wow, I can't talk. With ores in the map. Just those two combinations together. And with those two combinations, you just kind of speed run the map. You just do a big loop, boom, you're out, you get all the maps you can find while you're in there, and then you just dump tab sell all of the maps for like 60 a pop if they're bad mods. If you want to check the mods and sell them for good money, you can, or you could just dump them into your map runners in your King's March, let them run them for you, and then they bring back currency for you, right? And then when you're running the map and killing the ores, the ores get converted over to bars, and you just send these ships to the islands to bring you back currency. It's that simple. It's a money printer for currency. So here, I'll show you. I haven't sent mine out yet. I was waiting for me to have like a full request, but it's literally as simple as just literally going in here. So when I select this, you'll see the little box that pops up. It says favored resources: crimson, iron, and corn. It says 0 out of 97,000 and 0 out of 30,000. So those are the two resources they want. So I select it, right? That's where I'm going, and then I would want to give them 97,000. And then if I have enough corn for it, which I don't quite, I need 30,000. I have 27,000. Let's just max this out really quick. So I'd give them those, and you see how at the top the shipment is worth 1.9 million. I think 4 million is like max for tattoos or something like that, I think is what someone said. But you do that, and then you just send it. That's basically it. Yeah, what is a mistake? I didn't send ores, I sent bars. So what's a mistake? Okay. It says crimson iron, which is bars or ores. It's either. And the image even shows both ore and bar. Really? I thought the value just counted for 5 times more, not that they asked for 5 times less. But either way, like it's about getting the shipment value up. Ah, got you. I thought it was I didn't realize that. I thought it was just like, hey, 97,000 ore, 97,000 bars. So I thought it was like the same amount either way. It's just it gave you more value. Yeah, it's about getting the more value, honestly. It's literally about just trying to get to 4 million shipments, basically. You don't have to. You can send 1 million shipments. You can send 500K shipments. It doesn't matter. Basically, you just send the ship, and then it'll take it a couple hours, depending on which one you go to. Like this one will take 2.5 hours. If you do the shorter ones, they're much faster. But supposedly this is the go-to island right now, because the tattoos this one gives you are the ones that can change your, I think it's from the mini league that we just did. Let me see if I can find one. It gives us, I don't even see them. Are they not in here? That's if you're going for really, really, really big boats, though. It's not a rune graph. It's a tattoo. Maybe it is for these ones. I don't remember. I mean, they did say blue tattoos, so maybe it's because people are like the blue tattoos are worth more. I don't know. But I feel like I don't know. That's just something I read somewhere. Is people were recommending doing that island over the other islands because it dropped higher tier or higher value tattoos. Yeah, so end tattoos. That's what I thought. I also saw a video where someone tattooed um an ascendancy point. It looked like, so maybe it was an older video, but it looked like it was a new video. I don't know. They might have cherry picked the video footage to like make people think something better. Yeah, that's what I thought. But anyway, yeah. So you just run it to get tattoos, but I don't think so. So my like I said, from my understanding, if 4 million is the most you can send um for tattoos, I don't see the point in adding 4 million dust because dust it's a very bad return on investment. Like I think there's like there's a really bad diminishing return on it. So anything past I think it was like 36,000 basically gives you almost no return. It's like 1-to-1 ratio up to 36,000. I mean, sorry, after 36,000. So up to 36,000, it gives you a decent chunk of increase. But anything past 36,000, it's like barely anything. So it's like, what would be the point of putting a 4 million ore shipment together, then putting 4 million dust in just to increase it by 4 million? It just doesn't make sense. And then if you add crops on top of that, crops just bring you back like dog shit ass armors because if you're already at the cap of 4 million, because like crops can bring you tattoos, but if you're already at 4 million, which is the cap, the extra crops bring you only ores. I mean, bring you only gear. So it just feels worthless. Like I feel like using crops to get you to the 4 million mark makes sense. From my understanding, they're supposed to be able to give you tattoos as well. I know they give you armors and like jewelry or whatever the hell the ship gives you, or the island gives you. I don't remember which one this is, but they give you gear. But supposedly they're supposed to be able to give you tattoos. I don't know. Misinformation on the internet is a common thing, so. Oh, I know currencies always give tattoos. I know the ores, now that they switched to ores, always give tattoos. Yeah, like I said, I think if it's int tattoos, it's going to be int gear. I don't remember which island gives which anymore. I know some give strength, some give dex, some give int. I don't remember which ones are which. I don't really do this a whole lot, but this is something you could get into. Z, like you can even do the small islands, right? So this one wants amber. You can re-roll these as well. For 15k gold, you can re-roll the requested items, but you just basically send the preferred ores, and then send the ship, and then it'll bring back currency. It'll bring back tattoos, and then you sell them, and then all the excess maps you get, you throw them in your mappers, and then it's literally as simple as this. You come in here and you're like, oh look, another map I can give you, and oh look, there's some of these things and like some currencies, right? Sometimes there's some items that are worth some money in here, right? That you can get. It's like this GMP, right? You can sell that. You know, sometimes they bring back divs, bring back league mechanic, like they bring back like these, right? They bring back these. Sometimes they bring back harvest materials and things like that. So it's just that like this is the simple currency that's being ran on the side for you. Anyway, ad's about to start, so give it a minute. Yeah, there's guides on Reddit, but like I said, things change so often, and then some of the information is mix matched from like previous old stuff to new stuff, and then people like misinformation spread bullshit, and then people are like calling them out on it and telling them, no, you're wrong. It's like, no, you're wrong. And it's like, it's so annoying. So then you hear one thing like 1 month, and then the next month it changes because, you know, a patch goes in, and then people have to learn new stuff. It's just, it's frustrating, man, to say the least. That's why I don't like dealing with that stuff. Like I said, I've heard multiple things just from the videos I've watched from how to make money, like this league alone. I've heard people talking about, oh, 4 million max ships for tattoos, and it's like, okay, 4 million's max for tattoos. Why would you be adding bigger ships, right? Why would you be adding crops, right? After you've reached the 4 million mark, why would you be adding dust if you're already at the 4 million mark? Why, you know what I mean? Like, and then some people are like, oh yeah, you fill up all, you know, all your bars and whatever, and then once you have all your bars in, if you're not at 4 million, add crops, and then you'll get, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's like, what? I think King's March is okay. I just think the way it's handled is very poor. I don't like the gold idea. I like the gold for like respecking and re-rolling and stuff like that. Like it has a use, but the fact that gold doesn't automatically go into your pockets when you kill mobs is really fucking stupid. Like I will die on this hill. I don't care. This gold, like, I should not have to walk over to it to pick it up, right? It should just go in my fucking pockets. That simple. Um, I'm getting XP. If I'm the one killing them, I shouldn't have to walk over and pick them up. If you're in a party, as long as you get XP for the kill, you should get the gold, right? It's that fucking simple. But the gold is a problem. The amount of money that the people request per hour to run is absurd. You have a full King's March going, maintaining the gold value to keep all of those people running 24/7 is expensive as fuck. And you have it's basically turns the game into a job, makes it not really fun or worth playing. Um, but if you really enjoy playing the game and you grind the crap out of it, it's fine. But the amount of like effort it takes to get the resources to send these ships to like run your mappers and so on, it's just it's kind of it's like a full-time fucking, that's all you do the whole time you play the game. Now I'm not saying you can't make money from it. You can make good money from it, and it's fine. It's kind of like a passive revenue on the side from what you're normally doing. That's what I'm saying. I think forcing you to map grind to get ores and to get gold to indefinitely pump that into a like a league mechanic to make money seems bad. I mean, the all flames. There isn't there the all flame that converts like gear into gold. You can make millions off of those. Like, if I recall correctly, Cute Dog used to do it all the time for his stream, and he would invite like viewers and stuff. And he'd carry people through it. But I think people were dropping like 25, 30 million in a map. It's just like I said, it's a cool idea, and I don't hate it. I just wish it wasn't so management hungry, right? Like I said, the amount of time you have to spend mapping to get the gold, the amount of effort you have to go into to getting your people of re-rolling to get perfect people, and how much gold it takes you to re-roll till you finally hit perfect people, and then like then eventually like one of them dying for some apparent reason, have to redo it all over again. It's super annoying. Hold on, this dog is absolutely annoying me. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Come on. Oh, he's so annoying right now. I don't know. Like I said, personal preference. It's whatever tickles your fancy. At the end of the day. Like I said, it does boil down to it is technically passive on the side. So while you're sitting there mapping and while you're sitting there making currency from your maps, you gain the gold. You can randomly get ores and stuff. Like I said, if you have your thing set up for ores. You also find extra maps and you give them to your mappers and they just run them on the side. It's literally just passive extra currency on the side if you just use the King's March. Now, if you don't want to use King's March, that's fine. You can still make money from 8-mod map farming. Like, it requires a little bit of thought process. Or at least a little getting used to. But you basically just, you juice the map, right, with some scarabs. You smash it, you pick up all the maps. And then when you get out, you either dump them all into like a 6C map tab or a 7C map tab or something like that. And some people will get really lucky and buy a very expensive map for almost nothing. Or you take the time to read the modifiers on it, like how much plus to maps it has, how much plus to currency it has, how much plus to scarabs it has, and you sell them accordingly to those modifiers. So some of them can be worth 50 to 60C, some can be worth up to a divine, and you can sell them that way. Make a little bit extra money for yourself by taking a little extra effort. This fucking dog is pissing me off. Give me a second. What is your fucking deal, dog? What do you want? Here, you want to go in here? Go in your cage. Go in your cage. You're pissing me off. Lay down. Sit in there. Go. Go home. Go. Jesus fuck. She's just laying on my feet and leaning up against me and pushing me. So I'm like getting shoved across the fucking floor. I don't know what her deal is. She doesn't want to go and lay in bed with her mom. Go off my screen. Like, she just keeps coming and laying on my feet. And when I wanted to go see what she wanted, she went back outside. And all she did was stand there for like 10 seconds. And then she turned around and wanted to come right back in. So I don't know what her fucking problem is. I don't know if her stomach hurts. Like, she doesn't feel good or something. I don't know. Not like she can tell me. Just being annoying. Good girl. I opened up her dog cage that was next to me. Because it's been closed for a while. Now she's laying in there. Hopefully she'll get comfy and lay down and leave me alone. Like, I don't mind if she, like, needs something. If she needs to go out, if she needs, you know, something from me, I don't mind fucking giving it to her, but Jesus Christ, like, don't just lean against me. You're fucking a 60-pound dog with pure muscle, and all you do is you use your muscle to lean into me as hard as you can. And you start to push me in my chair. Yep, and she got out of the cage and is laying right next to me. I don't know why she won't lay with her mom. Doesn't make any sense. Edge the diver. You going to bed? Alright, Edge. Appreciate you. So, Fit, are you able to clear Sanctum? To help a brother out? What about Orbit? Pantheon? Depends on the build setup. It also depends on the price of your gear. And the way you've built your character. There's a lot of different variations. Give me a second. So, for example, if you have bleed immunity, you don't need the bleed one, right? If you have poison immunity, you don't need the poison one. So, these are only if you don't have the immunity. If you're running Tempest Shield, you don't really need to worry about reduced effective shock. So you don't need to worry about this. The reflect you don't really, and the reduce effective curses you shouldn't need to run. Duration of and burning ground. This one you should ignore as well. These are just the minors. I'll talk about the big ones in a second here. But then you got like physical damage reduction each time you've been hit recently. So if you're like anticipating face tanking and getting hit a lot, this is fine. It reduces their attack speed and it gives you more physical damage reduction. It's not terrible, not really the best option, but it's an option. If you're having problems with regeneration mobs, this one's okay. But the top part is kind of meh. But it's meant for the bottom part to reduce their life regeneration rate, so you can actually kill regen mobs. Bottom left one, in my opinion, is probably my favorite, but that's because I do a lot of stationary standing still and face tanking. But you get a bunch of physical damage reduction while standing still, and you get life regeneration while standing still. This is my favorite. But like I said, this has an potential for having less regeneration rate, and these two are mostly because if you don't have an immunity, it helps you not die to that content. And this one, if you're not running Tempest Shield for shock immunity, or if you don't have shock immunity and you have... So if you have bleed and poison immunity, and you don't have shock immunity, then this has an option, reducing the effective shock, so you can get to 100% reduced effective shock. Because if you don't have reduced shock effect, once you get hit with lightning and shock gets applied to you, you start taking like a buttload of damage. And then, like I said, if you have all of those, then it's down to like these two, I feel like. Just depending on your gear. And then when it comes to the bigger ones, I feel like there's only two real options for RF, and it's the left or the right. And each one depends on your build. So for my build, left is bad, because this says can't be stunned if you been stunned or blocked a stunning hit in the past 2 seconds. I'm a stunned build. I need to be stunned. So if I can't be stunned, it bricks my build. But if you don't have freeze immunity and you're not playing a stun build, this is great for you, right? This can give you freeze immunity. And it can help you with like being perma-stun, right? So if you're against a bunch of mobs and you're constantly getting stunned over and over again and you're trying to be able to move and you can't, like this is really good for like a traditional RF that's not stun on cast on stun. But if you have freeze immunity on your boots or something, right? You don't need to run this one, right? You can run something else. The right one is nice because you reduce the damage taken from damage over time, which is kind of nice. Helps with RF a small amount, not by much. Pretty sure RF. If not, it's bare minimum. It's bleed, which you should be immune to, poison, which you should be immune to, but like burning ground, caustic ground, stuff like that. Those dots that you end up getting applied to on the ground, that helps with those at bare minimum. And then debuffs expire on you faster, which is kind of helpful. So if you get hit with like a sap or something like that, it can help get those off of you a little bit faster.
Does it sting to have gotten so close last time?
And then chaos resistance against damage over time. So once again, caustic on the ground, poison if you're not poison immune. But then, like, these two, like I said, they have potential. Like, if you're not worried about poison, if you're not worried about damage over time on the ground, if you don't need the debuff reduction, if you don't need the freeze immunity or whatever, the two middle ones are possibilities. It's just physical damage reduction, right? So this one will give you more movement speed while you're moving on the map and more physical damage while you're mapping. This one's more for bossing. So when you're on a single target boss with no ads, this one's better because it gives you flat 6% when there's only one mob around you, a chance to deal less area damage to you. So it's more for boss mechanics and bosses specifically. The other one's more for mapping. But then there's the smaller one, the upgrades underneath it. Like I said, sorry, I keep pausing because going in and out of maps. This one's avoid projectiles once again for mapping. Reduce elemental damage if you've been hit recently, so it helps with ally damage once again. Kind of like when you're speed mapping, you get hit all the time. Avoid projectiles that have chained. Okay, once again helps with mapping. And then you got this one, reduce elemental damage if you haven't been hit recently. So like I said, I feel like this is more of a bossing one. Take no extra damage from crits if you've been crit recently, and then avoid elemental damage, elements from crits. So I feel like this is more of a bosser, this is more of a mapper. So if you don't need the two on the sides, you can take one of the middle ones. Depends if you're playing RF, you're probably not setting up for bossing, so you probably want the middle left one. And that's just personal preference in my opinion. I kind of set my pantheons on and just don't look back. You don't need this shield. Technically, you could actually get a yellow shield. It's way more expensive, but it just depends on the rest of your gear. Like you might not need it. I only run Rise of the Phoenix because I'm lazy, right? And I'm cheap. And if you're playing traditional RF, right, you can go a lot of different options.
Does it sting to have gotten so close last time?
But like traditional RF typically either goes with the yellow shield, map blasting, honestly. Anything with high mob density, and just not delirium, or at least not high level delirium. So if you want to do delirium, do like a straight map, or just don't do delirium, right? Because the thing with a straight map is if it starts to get too hard, you can just end it. But you don't want to do permadelirium because as you kill things, mobs might become too difficult for it if you don't have enough damage, right? So permadelirium could be bad for RF depending on your gear. If your gear is strong enough to do permadelirium, you can do it. It's not too big of a deal. But delirium could add a layer of like potential mobs and loot to it. Pretty good, but you need higher level gear to be able to do it. But it's something, anything that can add density to your map. So Breach is good. Abyss is good. You can add ores. Ores is fine and good. Ritual can be fine as well. Depending on your build, Ritual could be a little hard. Same thing with Ultimatum. Like my character is more like super tank and less damage, so like a lot of that content, like Ultimatums are like as you can tell, kind of child's play, as long as the mods are correct. Ritual is pretty much child's play. But Abyss, Breach, both really freaking easy. If you want to AFK and do Tower Simulator, Blights are fine, but they're not the best money, and they're relatively slow. So I wouldn't recommend it for map blasting and making currency, but it is an option if you want to be lazy and you want to play slow. So if you just got the maps, how many Atlas points do you? So you have 85 Atlas points. Have you finished all T16s, and do you have at least your first two Void Stones on the left over here? Do you have this Void Stone and this Void Stone yet? And do you have your full 100 out of 100? Okay. So for me personally, the way I do my Atlas on League Start when I'm building my map pool is I build a map. A mapping atlas. Since you get 3 atlases, I always do a mapping atlas. And this isn't the full mapping atlas, but this is basically how I build mine. Instead of going to the left here, this is how I altered it later. But I go right up the middle, and then I come up to the sides to grab this and this. And then I come up the middle to get these 3. I branch up, and I grab these 3. Once I have this as my base for my map generation, I don't have any problems generating the next tier map to push me to tier 16s and maintain my tier 16s once I get there. So from that point, I'm able to just juice into content, right? I can juice into whatever league mechanic I want. I have 3 points left. I should probably put them into more maps. This is my map generator one. So I farmed T16, 8 mod corrupted maps with this setup, but from there, you decide, do you want to do Eater or if you want to do Searing. Once you've decided that, Usually you come up and you go over to whatever one you want. So you either come up to the left or you come up to the right to be able to get to Searing or Eater, whichever one you prefer. I've been running Searing this league just because the mobs are just easier to fight. The towers seem to be relatively the same, other than the fact that I haven't found a Divine Altar on Searing yet, even though according to Wiki you can get it. I've only found it on Eater. But once you're at this point, it's about picking up this node, all the implicits on the top, these two implicits here, or these two here to get T16.5s, this node here, and then, like I said, you'll end up having either this with this, or opposite on this side, you'll have this part here with this part here. So it's opposite, you know, just take one side or the other. And then you just go into whatever content you want. I personally like picking up the shrines. You don't have to take the Coveter Shrine, but the top 3 here, plus these 3 here, and these 3 here give you 2 shrines in every single map, which is more mobs to kill. And you get 2 shrines that you can pick up to help you juice the map. Ores, very simple. If you want to do settlers and you want to send ships, you can easily do this. Maps, doing mappers with 8 mod map farming plus ores, we were just talking about this, is very easy passive money. So you basically just, you come up here and you pick up the increased chance to be Visium ores. You pick up these, you pick up that, and then you come over here and you pick up most of this. You pick up this, and you pick up this down here. This is why I branched this way eventually, just to pick up that. And with that in place, you basically get a bunch of ores. You have a better chance of getting Visium ores, which gives you the chance for the craters, which gives you the chance for the Savalan shield. And then the ores can be converted into bars, which can be sent on ships to bring you even more currency. And then if you juice your maps with some scarabs, they're not cheap scarabs, but they're relatively cheap scarabs. You farm tons and tons of map. I don't have one per se, but there's lots of them online. Like, so a lot of people make builds already for this, and like, so this guy's is bare bones, right? He's running the Searing, right? He's running, I think this is Heist. But he's got like the shrine, he's got the implicits. Sorry, Ritual. So he's running Ritual. Ritual's not bad either, but I mean you could take Ritual out. I don't like this node here personally. I mean, actually, sorry, that's the wrong one. Yeah. The Scarabs is fine. But he doesn't have the Scarab node here, and he's got some. So I don't really like this layout. For me personally, from what I was just talking about, I don't like that one. But people have so many of them, it's not even funny. What this one? All right. There's another one. All right, so this one rocks Tormented Spirits or whatever this is. Not a huge fan of that either. And they block content, which I don't like. So yeah, I don't like this one either. Like, okay, skip that one. All right, how about this guy? All right, so this is kind of in line with what I was just talking about. All right. I think this is actually the one that I kind of mimicked. So, yeah, you pick up this, you pick up this, pick up this. He picks up the extra scarabs here, which is not a bad idea. Then you have the scarabs here, you have the extra scarabs here, you have this. I don't like this top node, so I don't pick it up. But then, yeah, you have all of the explicits, you have the extra shrines, you have the extra scarabs, which I don't really take that one either. Then you have the extra mob map up here for the extra 16.5s. This is probably what you need, or what you want to run, right? So something like this would work. Does mine seem better? I don't think mine's much different. Because the only difference is I think he has these 3 nodes here. Trying to see the difference. So he has these 3 nodes. That's it. That's the only difference in the build. They're exactly the same. Oh, and he has these scarab nodes. I just don't have as many points as he does, basically. But it's exactly the same. Like, I have 3 points left, and personally, I go with quantity of items found instead of more scarabs. But scarabs is, in theory, better for money. But quantity gives you more chances at divine cards. Like divination cards and stuff. So I usually go with quantity over scarabs. But scarabs is more lucrative, so... But that's what I would recommend when you league start, right? You league start something like that. Like I said, ores are pretty easy at league start. It's just extra mobs to farm, and the scarabs are really cheap. You just run the Calgarian scarabs to add 2 ores. You can run 2 of these. You get 4 extra ores, and with the increased chance to be Visium ores, you have the increased chance to find the craters, and that's more chances to find Sylvan shields, but also more chances for ores and stuff like that. With the mobs are helpful. Mobs drop like loot. They drop lots of XP. 46 sushi, let's go! So yeah, you just run 2 of these to add more mobs to the map. And then for the 8 mod portion of it, you run 1 corrupted of scarab with interesting. This is actually pretty good to run with this. And then 1 of these. So you run 1 of these, and then anything that's going to give you more maps. So there's actually a couple of extra scarabs you could run for the 8 mod map farm. So where's the target for 1? So 1 of these and 1 of these is the mandatory. And then typically this one's pretty good. You can put in like 2 of these as well. But if you want to add, I like running these because they give you more difficult packs that give more maps. Not necessary if you don't want to, but you can put 1 of these in, and then you could put like the Calgarian scarabs in that are showing you, like the extra ores. So you can either do 2 of these and that'll be your 5 scarabs, or you can do 1 of these with 1 of these ones, guarded riches, or deposits in areas are at least magic. Like the people that are farming it. Magic mobs basically just mean that they're going to be blues or rares. So you don't get white mobs farming them, so it's more XP, better loot. So you can do like 1 of each. 1 of these and 1 of these as your 5th, right? So this could work. Or like I said, you can drop the 1 scarab. You can drop this scarab and run 2 ores with the ores are at least magic. It's just personal preference what you're shooting for. This does drop you a few extra maps in theory, but there's a lot of other methods that you can do. There's a new that you can use Allflames as well. Allflames can be insane. There's one in particular, I think it's this one, that's really expensive because it allows for mods from rares to be shared to other mobs around it. Yeah, so pack monsters that die with rare, when rare, spread modifiers to other rare monsters and areas. So this comboed with breach with abyss is actually insane. So people are actually running this with abyss, and you can see 79C. It's not cheap, but it basically forces mobs to have a lot of modifiers on them, like all the rares that spawn from the craters, and that comboed with this mod right here, 50% chance to drop scarab per monster modifier affecting them. You end up with mobs with like 10 modifiers or more, basically. And it's guaranteed to drop scarabs. It's a scarab print. Basically, you put that on and you just print scarabs. So at that point, you're going into specialized scarabs in the middle here. You're trying to find like specific ones, like I don't know, maybe like whatever one of these is more expensive. And then there's like ambush ones that could be worth good money. You just got to price check the different types of scarabs, and then you specialize into specific scarabs, and then you just get increased scarab drop chances everywhere you can, and you just drop tons and tons and tons of scarabs, and you just make massive money. But anyway, back to what I was originally saying. When you're first getting into it and you're trying to build those like T16 maps, just start with the map grind that I was talking about. Push your way to T16s. Unlock your 2 void stones. This is where you basically start. You get these 2. This one's killing Searing and Eater. Pretty simple. And then it's gonna take you forever on RF, but it's easy. And then this one is just doing the memory storyline, killing the bosses. Once you've killed them all, you'll get this one as well. Once again, gonna take you an eternity to kill them all because RF just doesn't do a lot of single target damage. But you'll get those 2 out of the way, and then you're gonna need to get a carry for Maven, unless you're really good at playing RF. And then Shaper and Elder, same thing. It's just preferable to get a carry on these because the amount of HP and the amount of like stuff going on the screen, like RF just isn't designed to kill bosses. Now it can be if you go with the new totem method, but that still requires a lot of gear, a lot of investment, a lot of stats. It's just there's a lot to it. It gets complicated, it gets overwhelming very fast. But if you're just getting into maps and you're probably relatively low on gear and equipment and stuff like that, I would probably recommend if you're not a cast on stun, just go this side, get the 3rd upgrade, which is Tanner, which gives you a 100% chance to be immune to freeze, basically. Get that, and then if you're not bleed immune, pick up the bleed one so you don't die to bleeding. If you have a bleed immune flask or something, then pick up the poison one until you get your poison immune as well, and that'll be a good start for you. I don't know what your gear's looking like and how strong and tanky or how much damage you do or what your build really is consistent of, but basically just speed run your maps, try and get to the T16s, start T16 farming to start buying basic upgrades, and then, at that point, worry about the right side of the tree later, like getting your void stones on the right side of the tree, because I feel like the right side of the tree is the hardest part, because even the left side of the tree is going to take you a while to kill the bosses. They just have so much fucking HP. But they're at least doable. If you need help, if you have questions, feel free to ask. If you need me to like look at your build, feel free to ask. Like we're just chilling anyway. So alright, so we need to these 4. Group these together. You're welcome. That's kind of like what we enjoy doing here, helping people out. Like I said, I'm not a pro. I don't know all the information. Not a min-maxer, but I try and give majority of like average players, newer players, at least the information to get them rolling in the right direction, or at least the resources to find the information that they're looking for. And the big part about the game is you don't know what you don't know. So I try to like regurgitate as much random nonsensical information as possible, just so you know the information exists. But yeah, so the first Atlas tree, like I was saying, build it like kind of the way I was saying. Start with the maps and then go into whatever content you want to do. If you want to do breach, do breach. If you want to do blight, do blight. If you want to do ores, do ores. If you want to do heist, do heist. Heist does have potential to be kind of cool because I found out this league that when you open up one of the heist lockers, or when you open there's a mod in there. If you open a heist locker, Huck will actually follow you around in the maps and give you a buff. But you can also apply an item to Huck in heist that will carry over to when he follows you in the maps that can give you another aura. So you can apply like haste aura to yourself for free. You can apply any of the purities to yourself for free. So it's like a free aura on top of that, which is kind of cool. So heist has potential, especially if you like heist or if you tolerant enough to price check uh the plans and whatever to sell to players. Like the potential to make good money. But yeah, whatever content you enjoy doing, whatever league mechanic you like to run or make money off of, you just kind of juice into whichever one works for you and you just run it. One thing I would definitely say is don't block content, because yes, it focuses the content towards the ones that you want to see. But it blocks scarabs first off, which is bad. And then it also, if you don't like the content, you just avoid it in your map. As long as you have guaranteed forced content of the ones you want to see, it doesn't matter what the extra content provided on the map is, right? So let's say you want to do ores. Okay, you have a 100% chance for ores to spawn, and you use scarabs to spawn even more ores. As long as your ores are on the map, who the fuck cares what else is on the map, right? If you also want to do, let's say, abyss, right? Okay, use an abyss scarab. Now you have abyss in your map, right? Cool. Bob's your uncle. You don't have to block content to get abyss in your maps. You can use a scarab to force it, or you can use astrolades, which are more expensive, but it's also an option. So you have a lot of different ways to force content on your maps without blocking content. Blocking content is just very poor management of your points, in my opinion. You use like a handful of points to block content and to remove scarabs from your list. Now, if you're scarab farming for specific scarabs, it makes sense. If you only want to see specific scarabs, blocking content, so you block the scarabs that drop are the more advantageous ones, it makes sense. But if you're not scarab farming, there's no reason to block content. But once you have your map pool set up and you have your map atlas set up, and you can farm maps whenever you want, and you have, you build out your 100 out of 100, you have 2 other atlas trees to work on. And then you go into like money making atlases, right? So you make an atlas for specific content, so you avoid like most of the map modifier ones or the map drop ones, and you go right for currency farm. You go right for like abyss plus breach, or abyss plus beyond, or breach plus beyond, or you go for scarab farms, or you go for, whatever the hell you want to do. Strong boxes, freaking rituals, ultimatums. There's so many options. I just don't recommend Deli for RF, because as you get rewards, every time you get a reward, the mobs get stronger. And every time they get stronger, it gets harder and harder for you to kill them. And the harder it is for you to kill them, harder it is for you to clear the map or to continue speed running. It slows you down over and over. Now, if you have a baller ass high DPS build, Breach Deli is really strong, but it takes a lot of gear to get to that point. You basically got a life stack to get to that point, and life stacking is stupid expensive.
Challenger.
Alright, that's all of the 1 divine ones. Now we have the 4s and the 8s to run next. And we'll have all the ultimatums, inscribed ultimatums done, and we can just map farm from there. And we can switch back over to our block character and keep playing with our block character. Problem is, like, I want to play my block character, but I need the bloodline to really juice his damage. Because, like, what we're trying to do is... I'm going to try and import my character really quick. good as that's gonna get. All right. All right. So what we're looking at with our block character, right, is like, you see how like little damage we have right now? I like how like it's so funny. So per cast is 98,000, right? But if I go per second, it's only 12,000. It's kind of funny. Interesting. Anyway, for our blade blast, it seems a little wonky, but supposedly this bloodline is supposed to give me a whole buttload of damage. Yeah, this basically doubles our damage. Like if I pick this up, we like juice our damage. Our damage just goes up significantly. Um, and then supposedly this helps as well. Not a whole lot, but supposedly this is our last points of. Now we lose a little bit of like regen here from this because we lose conk effect, but we do gain because we won't have conk effect anymore. We will lose the regen, just fine. But we gain the profane. A profane ground instead. Oh my god, sorry. Whew. There it goes. With the profane ground, we gain a lot more damage. So another 50k. Like this is like 150k. So we go from doing 100k to 300k for getting this ascendancy. So we basically almost triple our damage. Wait, really, Tover? I mean, yeah, Tover. Seriously? The hell? Yeah, I want to call her Claire for some reason, but that's not her real name. Interesting. Dude, she's so short compared to that dude. What the fuck? I don't want to read this article, but did they find out how? Oh, God. All right, let's make some money. It's funny. You see all this money I just made, right? This is where the real money starts to like really shine.
Does it sting to have gotten so close?
Because this 4 is going to turn into 8. It's very deceiving when you see 4 divine turn into 8. It's like, oh, I just made 4 divine, but I had to buy it for like 3 divines. So she's 11. Oh, bro, that's so bad. That child. I feel bad for the kid, man. Like, I feel like if the kid is young enough, it sucks because they grow up without a mom, but they're not old enough to like have like they're attached to their mom, yes, but they're not like 10, 11 years old, right? They had years, like 10, 11 years of memorable years with their mom, right? That's hard. Like, I feel like if they're young enough, if something's not like in their, you know, like in front of them, right, at that age for X amount of time, they, not that they forget about them, it's just they're not really thinking about it, right? It's more like, where's mommy? Oh, mommy's not here. Like, oh, okay, right? They're not really sad about it. They're not really upset about it. They don't really understand the full thing, right? And then when they're older, they understand, but they don't really have like that many memories of like good times to miss. But bro, after like 10, 11 years, that's crazy. You're on Aki. Oh, whoa. I don't know when you sent that. Are you still here? South Sign, that message did not pop up for me. Super sorry about that. If you're still here, let me know. I'll do my damnedest to help you out. Bro, I feel so bad, bro. When people message me on YouTube, it's so hard. Like, sometimes the messages don't come through on my thing to tell me that they came through. And then it's really hard for me to look up. Sounds stupid, but it's true. It's like looking up at my other monitor to like check is pretty difficult sometimes. But Southtown, are you still here? I know you sent that like 5 minutes ago. You know what's crazy is I haven't actually contemplated a cast on stun occultist death oath. That sounds interesting. Oh, that's a good one. I should probably log in. Bro, I feel so bad. Southside, please answer me. I don't hate you, I promise. I'm sorry. I want to help you. Me love you long time. Sucky sucky $5. $5. Never gonna see him again. He's gone. Scared away for life. Yeah, I probably never see him again. I can't tell you how many people come into the YouTube chat and say something, and I don't respond within a couple minutes, and they're just gone, and I never see him again. It's so annoying. I mean, I understand it. Don't get me wrong. Like, someone doesn't answer me in a timely period. Like, why would I stick around? It's boring waiting, right? I get it. I'm sorry. I feel bad, but I do my damnedest to try to answer everybody. It's just hard. The chat being up there, not. I always look to my left, right, or my right, because I have chat on both left and right side of my screen. It's very easy to see those chats moving, and it's very easy to look like going from like looking here, to looking like a smidgen, a couple inches left is much easier than looking above my monitor to another monitor. Yeah, I wasn't a long rant. You're hard? Hell yeah. Can I touch it? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, but like that brings some thought process though, because he said he was playing a cultist, right? And a cultist is really good for like Death's Oath or dot builds and stuff, but I'm wondering if like cast on stun a cultist could be a thing. Basically, you build it the same way you build this, right? But you got to find another way to get to like high defensive layers, right? Obviously, you could rock the Defiance of Destiny. You can rock the Petrified Blood. Um, you can rock the Blood Notch, right? The cast on stun options and stuff like that. But like, where does the survivability come from? Like, if you're rocking Death's Oath instead of RF, okay, you have the chest piece. But now with the Vestigials, you can get Death's Oath on like a Cloak of Flame, which is pretty good. That's a decent option, right? Or you can get Death's Oath on like a Brass Dome, right? That'd be kind of sick. But Brass Dome plus Cloak of Flame is actually really strong itself. That's insane. That's what I'm rocking on my block clad, right? His Cloak of Flame is good, but it's like it is lacking, right? It's relatively lacking. I feel like a cultist would probably want to run a Brass Dome Death Oath variant of some kind. Could be good. But yeah, you would want these two at bare minimum. And I'm just trying to think like for weapons, what would you run? Because like you're not fire stacking at this point. Like you're all res stacking. Like you're trying to get all of your reses up to like I would say 81% with a mage blood would put you to 90 with flasks. It'd be tolerable. So you'd have to get +6 res somewhere. It would take a little bit of tinkering, but I think you could come up with a good cast on stun variation of Death Oath. And I think it could be kind of like the cast on stun block clad we have. Because it's all chaos and poison oriented. Could be an option. I don't know. That's a hard one. That would take some theory crafting. Because like almost every Death's Oath survivability builds involve having a Savalans. Right? You get a Savalans, you get Lucky Block, you have 90-90 block, and it gives you survivability as a Death's Oath. I feel like you almost have to run a Savalans on a Death's Oath to get it tanky. At that point, you have some block nodes, you have Tempest Shield, you have Savalans, and you're block capped at 90-90 block cap. You're feeling comfy, you add Defiance of Destiny. But you need to work on your reses, right? You need +6 reses somewhere. And if you want to do that, you have to get all the way down to the Marauder. Because you can easily get +5. Right? You can easily get +5 just by getting down to the Marauder, which you need to anyway if you want to get the block node. I feel like it's almost best in that point, kind of building the same way, going with the Blood Magic Petrified Blood setup. So you want to be down there by Petrified Blood anyway. So you're kind of in that vicinity anyway to grab what is required to get you at least a +5. So it puts you to 80 max res. You could technically get a +1 from a mastery node in there somewhere. So that's probably what you would need, is that one mastery node to give you the +1, put you 86, or sorry, 81. And then the Mage Blood with the triple flasks would put you to 90s. That would be huge. Obviously need the Death Oath on a chest piece. And then chest piece could be variant. I think if you're block capped at 90/90, you need physical damage taken as an ailment to get that extra layer that you're missing. So I think Cloak of Flame with Death's Oath. Hold on. You need this, and then we don't need the essence. You need this one. So you don't need any of the rest. Attributes, attack speed, armor, life. You need this one as an implicit on a cloak. This is what you would need. 25 divines for this chest piece would be good. Obviously, you would want a 40%. So like this right here would be god tier. So 40 divines for this chest piece would probably be very useful.
Does it sting to have gotten so close?
So that would be your shield. Oh, and then you need the ring for the stun. So these would be taken. Belt eventually would be the mage blood. But then you're left with an open ring. A weapon, which would need to be chaos oriented, dot oriented. You could probably rock a yellow. Like a good either wand or scepter or something. Probably just a wand. That has like you can probably rock spell damage, but it won't help your RF, but it will help like your cast on stun skills. They're running like Essence Drain of Wickedness that I'm running on my other characters, so it penetrates and pierces and gives you lots of leech and sustain. That would probably be really fucking huge. I was trying to think of what else you could trigger with cast on stun for more poison or for more chaos damage. Well, I think the one weapon would be good. The one I'm rocking with Blade Blast. It allows everything to poison and you're hitting a lot.
9 rounds.
But it's like spell damage, right? Not it's not chaos damage specifically. It's spell damage and poison damage. So it doesn't help the RF and doesn't help with some skills. I'm trying to think because when it comes to chaos skills, there's not a whole lot of them. Like you got Essence Drain, you got Contagion, you got Bane, you got Blight, but Blight's channeling. You can't really cast on stun channel skill. What up, Liz? I mean, Toxic Rain is an option, but don't you need a bow to cast Toxic Rain? I'm trying to find, like, I'm trying to think of chaos skills that are castable with a shield. Right? As I said, I know Essence Drain, I know Contagion, I know Bane. I know those ones can be cast no problem. And I know Channeling Skill too, but that doesn't count. I'm trying to think of what can be cast with cast on stun that can be like, chaos oriented with a shield. And I can't think of many. Because I'm trying to think is if I was to do a cast on stun on an occultist and I wanted to play like chaos oriented, like I mean you could as an occultist instead of going chaos oriented, you could go cold oriented, and that's an option. You have a lot of cold skills. Because you can do like call like Vortex. Vortex is a great one. Bro. Vortex cast on stun, you can just drop Vortex under your feet over and over and over again, just like RF. Like, that would be really lazy, right? The Vortex would act as like an RF, but it doesn't move with you. You got Frost Bomb. That's a huge one. That's actually really good because it has the degen or the life regen reduction and stuff. Pretty solid one as well. Yeah, Icicle Spear. You got Frost Bolt, Frost Nova on top of Frost Bolts. Or you got options with the cold. I'm just trying to think of like that's cast on stun. I feel like you almost have to do like the Blade Blast variant with the weapon. X Blast? Okay. I'm curious on how that would go. Because you could curse on like cast on stun with curses. That's possible. And you can have 2 curses. That's pretty nice. So you can apply curses. But I also think Bane, cast on stun Bane would be better than just casting the curse themselves, because then it would just Bane all over the screen. Oh yeah, Soul Rend. You're right. That's a good one. Yo, that could be fun. Cast on stun freaking chaos. That could be kind of fun. I'm curious on how much damage we can get it up to. Like I said, it would be more of like another one of these builds where it's like AFK, stand still, kind of do ultimatums and rituals. But I'm curious on how well it would do. It would require a Savalans and a Mage Blood to get up and running properly, but I'm still torn on the weapon. Do we just run a yellow weapon with like spell damage, chaos multi, and like chaos damage, and maybe even go as far as to get spiritual aid so we can take advantage of like minion damage? Alright, so I'm gonna be real, Lizar, or whatever your name is. Can you at least say something? Because if not, I'm banning you from my Discord and my chat. I normally don't care about lurkers. I normally don't care about people that like come in and don't really talk very much, or if at all. But I'm highly suspicious of your account. He's a fan of you? Hell yeah. You've made it into big leagues, mate. Alright, I'm banning you from my Discord.
Oh shit! A rat!
Goodbye from the Discord. You want to talk in chat, you're more than welcome to, but you are gone.
Would you like a cup of water?
Oh, Hero, thanks for the hydrate.
Right now.
Sorry, I'm not gonna sit here and allow a account that was made 3 or 4 days ago in Discord and exact same date a Twitch account was made for the same exact, like, that's suspicious as fuck to me. You made a Twitch account and a Discord account on the 13th of this month. The first and only thing you've said since you joined my stream is my Discord. You joined my Discord and you haven't said a thing in the Discord either. I have a feeling you're messaging people in my Discord trying to like rat people and stuff. Like, I'm not having that. You're not banned out of Twitch, but you're banned out of the Discord. Have a good life. I mean, it's possible, skills, that you could get a dragon amulet to juice the damage of the soul rend. I'd just be curious on what skill would do the most damage on the cast on stun setup. Because chaos skills, like you said, do scale heavily um with levels. So a Dragon Fang amulet would be good for damage, but you're giving up the Defiance of Destiny for survivability. Now, maybe you don't need the Defiance of Destiny for survivability on the build. That would be some testing that would have to be done, because if you rocked Essence Drain of Wickedness, this is what we're rocking on the block version, right? We're rocking Wickedness. And it regenerates a bunch of life, right? So 1% debuff damage as life. And then if you quality it, you can get to 1.5% of debuff damage as life. And then you just, and it shoots 5 projectiles. And you put returning projectiles on this, it'll shoot out and come back. And it just keeps, it shoots, it blankets the entire fucking screen. So you have so much regen, even without putting any support gems in it. Except for obviously cast on stun and returning projectiles. So you put those in your gloves with like another skill, right? Shit, you could put pretty much anything in with it. Doesn't really matter what it is. But put another skill in with it and just let it just trigger like crazy. And it'll blanket the screen and give you a ton of regen. You might not need Defiance of Destiny at that point. It might be unnecessary. But I won't know unless you test it, right? And then like you said, you can have like a 6-link chest with like Soul Rend, and it would free up your amulet if you didn't need the Defiance of Destiny for survivability, give you more levels. Yeah, if you wanted to go ES, you could do something like that too. Like if you wanted to maybe hybrid, right? ES life combo, so you have both HP and ES pools and you're leeching both simultaneously. That could be kind of sick. And I wonder how well that would work if with blood magic, right? Because what I was thinking is if you rock blood magic with petrified blood like we do here, you could also rock the timeless jewel that for well for one you get this, right? So your life regeneration is 50% less, but your energy shield recharge goes towards your life, and and then you rock Zealot's Oath. Like this combo is usually pretty good because all your life regen goes to your ES. So the problem with ES, right, is it doesn't recharge while you're taking damage. You have to stop taking damage. Since you're not going to stop taking damage, Zealot's Oath fixes that for your ES. But then you combo it with this, so your recharge rate from your ES applies to your life, so you have non-stop regen on your life. So that could be a thing. So if we're leeching life and leeching ES, but we have life regen on ES with the recharge on the life, we could have consistent of both life and ES going forward. That could be kind of good. All right, Exile, let's see what you're saying. Yeah, I remember you from the other day. I don't remember exactly what we talked about, but I remember the name. All right, yeah, you probably did something very wrong. So the thing with like a lot of these builds, like people try to follow it to the letter, but there's one crucial like small thing that, because unless you know exactly why the build works the way it works and what makes it work, you miss a step, or you miss a like one item or one stat somewhere, and it kills you constantly, right? So, do you have your POB that I can input? Like whether you just give me the character or the account name so I can add you in here. I don't know. Do I have you in here? I might have you in here. I don't know. But maybe, maybe not. I don't know. If you have this, I can add you, and then I can. Now, I will say this build is susceptible to a one shot. It's not. I wouldn't say it's rare, but it's possible. If you get a jump, if he jump leaped you and slammed you, it's possible he could have one shot you from it. But if you were standing in the poison, it could have eaten you alive after you almost got one shot as well. Because when he jumps, he applies the poison. If you're not poison immune, or if you don't have enough chaos res, the poison could have killed you so fast it felt like a one shot. It's possible. But I'd like to pull your character up and kind of see where you're standing, kind of see if you missed something or what you're lacking. Yeah, so Exile, if you want to make it easy, just go to your POE trade, like you normally would, like the website. Just go to the POE website. At the top, just give me your name with the number. It's just easier. Just says logged in as, just give me the name. And I need the pound number sign as well. Will you take a look at your character really quick? Like, I can't tell you how often, like, I'll be sitting in, like, Pox's chat, and people are like, hey, I'm following your build, and I keep dying. Following your build, and I can't, you know, this doesn't work. And it's just, like, a small little tweak that they missed. Always something small. It's something that they find insignificant, or they don't deem as, like, oh, that's not that important. But it's like, the crucial piece or crucial stat that is needed to do what they're trying to do, and it's like they don't realize it because they don't understand the mechanic behind how it works or why it works the way it works or what is like preventing X, Y, or Z. It's like you have to actually fully understand it from top to bottom to understand what can be grabbed at what time, what's not necessary, what's the additive, you know, what's icing on the cake. Yeah, and that's fine. Like I said, people on Ninja do things in slightly different ways. I do things slightly different than people on Ninja. I'm not the best, right? I don't have the tankiest. I don't have the most damage, right? I'm not min-maxed. I'm lazy. I'm cheap. It works. I don't give a fuck other than that, right? It's just I want to see where your character is to see where you either missed something or where you went wrong. Like I said, just go to Path of POE Trade, the website, and you'll be logged in. I just need your name, pound number sign, and I can pull your character up. You don't need to send me the POB that they have because that's not going to help me so much. I'm going to see what they look like. I'm like, all right, cool, they have a good build, but with the number, I can pull you up and I can actually see where your character is. Let me finish this one. I have you pulled up, and you have a level 98 chieftain. Well, what the fuck? How are you 98 and you're having problems? Our first question I have for you, because the first thing I noticed is you have a Val RF. Are you popping Val RF? Like, are you using the Val version of it? Like, are you actually pushing the Val variant? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Because from my understanding, at least from my testing, the Val version of RF, if you're not using the Val version, isn't really necessarily worth using. I'm just going to throw that out there. There's no difference between Val RF and regular RF if you're not using the Val version. And on this build, you don't use the Val version because it will kill you. 100%, it'll put you to 1 HP and basically kill you. So at that point, you're better off just getting a 2020 or 2023 quality regular RF. in my opinion. All right, all of our inscribes are around. Go put our money back. I gotta go give him more currency. Let's put all these away. All right, I gotta fill up my guild stash really fast. So my butler, if he has time or if he's willing to buy me more ultimatums, he can buy me more ultimatums throughout the day when he's available. AKA my friend Edge. If any of you haven't checked out Edge's streams, he usually streams during the day when I'm asleep and away. He streams a variety of different games, you know, Guild Wars, Timberborn, Dead by Daylight, you know, a slew of other games. Give me a second, and I'll shout out him really fast. But yeah, he helps me out a lot. He buys me stuff when he's online during the day sometimes, or he's the one I usually run maps with and whatnot. Alright. Guild stash is set back up. Let's go get some more chaos.
I should raise my fears.
We're back to where we were. So we're up quite a bit now. Alright, that is on. Ugh. Alright, Exile, are you in the ad right now? No? Okay, sorry. I was checking something really fast. Interesting. I don't know who this new person is that joined the Discord. Anyway, so let's look at your character. But yeah, I saw your message that you died in ultimatums and away maps. Dying in ultimatum doesn't matter on. I mean, it does matter, but dying in a white map from ultimatum could just be you picked the wrong mod. Honestly, you could have just picked a bad combination of mods or a specific mod that killed you. But we'll see what you have. As I said, the first thing I noticed here is I haven't looked at your tree yet, and I haven't looked at anything else. This is the first thing I saw is you had a Val RF. The Val version just means nothing. At the end of the day, it truly just means nothing. You're better off, honestly, just putting in Righteous Fire and then just getting a 23 quality, right? Because you look at it, you get 31 radius. I mean, technically, you'd only need a 20 with your setup, but if you have a little bit more radius from something else, you can get a 0.1 extra radius from doing the 23. But getting a 20/20 is really all you need. Gives you a little extra radius, and it works the same exact way. Right, Val does, and there's no benefit one way or the other. That's the one thing that I see. there. I will say you definitely want to quality your gems, because qualitying would give you a little extra damage across the board, except for life tap. But at least these two need to be qualityed. So you got detonated scavenging. This is problem number 1. You don't use scavenging. Okay, let me take that back. For my version, you do not use scavenging. The problem with scavenging is it cannot explode corpses that you create. Right? So it can only kill corpses that are on the ground that you have killed already. Okay. So if you have stuff that destroys corpses or destroys things, scavenging has nothing to attack with, and you're cucked, right? Because there's ones that are like mobs covered in ash are destroyed or something like that. If you have a mod like that, it basically just completely and utterly just, this is no longer viable. But it also isn't viable if you're running something that doesn't have corpses, right? Mine's set up for Sims, and Sims don't have corpses, so I run regular Detonate Dead, and I run Unearth to force spawn corpses to explode. That's the way mine works. Like, this one works. There's nothing wrong with this. This is very similar to my fire version of my cast on stun block glad, where you run scavenging and firestorm with pelting and flame wall and cremation, flame surge. Yeah, this is exactly what my cast on stun block glad was running, minus the punishment. But if you're a chieftain, this makes sense. So all of that makes sense. The flesh and stone. Okay, I don't hate this. This is fine. Malevolence, perfectly fine and acceptable. Flame dash. I personally hate flame dash. Personal preference. Use what you want. I use frost blink because it's instant. It doesn't have a cast time. And then on top of that, it has the frostblink applies chill ground, which applies chill to mobs when you frostblink into them or past them or whatever. Versus flame dash just leaves fire behind you. Yes, you can use it 3 times, which is helpful. Frostblink is only once with a cooldown, but you typically use shield charge to get yourself around, and then you just only use frostblink when you're stuck on something or you need to go up and down some terrain or something. So it's usually I run that as a combo personally, but if you're trying to save links, then flame dash makes sense. But it also, like I said, rather just use frostblink. But malevolence is fine. Like I said, the only change I would do with RF is I would change this, at least for right now, until I look at your gear. This, like I said, until I look at the other stuff, this is debatable if you should be using scavenger or if you should be using regular detonate dead. But the rest of this is perfectly fine. Flame wall is nice. Cremation is fine. I'm not a huge fan of cremation personally. Because creates a volcanic fissure location repeatedly, blah 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 blah. Yeah, so I mean, it's fine. It pelts things, does extra damage. And same thing with these. Now the thing is here, this creates conk effect, so this is really good. It's not meant for its, I mean, it does damage, but it's mostly meant for its conk effect, right? So this is perma conk effect for you as long as you're getting hit. Super nice. What orbit? You can take both of them. You upgrade all of them and you get all the upgrades. The problem is like a lot of these skills have like physical damage as fire, right? So they're fizz based. So the damage they do is very minimal. But this one, like I said, gives conk effect. This one, my opinion, this one's not as good as regular flame surge for a chieftain, because the goal for flame surge is to apply a ground buff or ground like burning effect based off of the ignite that it hits, right? The combustion one places a burn ground that's higher, but only based off of the ignite applied to the mob. So it hits a mob, and when it applies an ignite, it drops burning ground to 50% of that value. Since this isn't going to be hitting that hard, the burn ground is relatively small compared to if you had regular flame surge and you had an ignite applied by an explosion. So if your Hinekora explodes and you get on death explosion for 250% of something's life and it applies an ignite and then that gets flame surged, you have a massive ignite laying on the ground. Like a ridiculous ignite laying on the ground. Everything dies walking into it. So regular flame surge, in my opinion, would be better here. And these two can be in this setup, no problem. They don't need supports. So I would change this to probably regular flame surge. Like I said, flame wall is fine. I personally don't care about the whole flame wall volcanic cremation part because flame wall does do burn damage and it's a little extra damage over time. It's fine. It does what it does. It's a little extra damage. Cremation, same thing, but they don't really have any value other than just a small amount of extra damage. As a chieftain, your main source of damage in clear is killing small mobs, causing an explosion with Hinekora, causing an ignite, and having that ignite spread, and the whole screen dies and daisy chains. It's literally the build. So having small skills that do very small amounts of damage kind of feels bad because most things are going to die to your RF and you're detonate dead. Literally what most things are going to die to. And this is why, like, with my setup, I run regular detonate dead with unearth. Because the unearth, when I get punched, unearth throws a corpse on the ground, detonate dead triggers it, causes an explosion, something dies, causes the chain reaction of all the other mobs dying and causing ignites. That's how my build works, right? This one is more along the lines of the Block Glad, where you're spamming thousands of skills and you're killing small amounts of mobs. But the Block Glad one relies upon causing a bleed to all the mobs. So when you kill a small mob, they explode for 20% of their life as physical damage, which causes your clear speed. So it's a slightly different method. But like I said, I don't hate this. As a chieftain, you're not going block. So shut up, Alexa. I hate that it just randomly starts talking to me. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people run things for a lot of different things. Like, depends on the content you're running. Scavenging is perfectly acceptable in most situations because there's always corpses to explode. But if you're ever running in a content that doesn't have corpses, or if you have something that consumes corpses, aka destroys corpses when you kill them, it doesn't work. It's just unreliable. So like I said, we'll talk more about this if we run into that when we look at the rest of your stuff. The main thing I would change this, and then we might change your support gems. We'll just have to look at what you have. But the rest of this looks fine. Like skills wise, you look fine. Yeah, so Crosis is gonna be your problem. If you died to Crosis, that's a different problem. But the problem I typically have in Crosis is I don't have enough damage to break his ES fast enough, because in order to do single target, you need the Hateful Accuser, which you don't have. You don't have the Hateful Accuser as a chieftain, you don't have single target damage, because you eventually either A, you run out of corpses to explode, or B, there is no corpses to explode. And if you don't have Unearth to constantly trigger your Detonate Dead, you have no single target damage other than your RF. And if your RF doesn't do enough damage to break his ES, you're in an infinite loop of not being able to kill him, right? Yeah, it's in my inventory. You just swap it on as you need it. It does a lot, Exile. You'd be fucking surprised how much that ring can do. But there's a lot of things that go into how it works and why it works and if it works. But let's just look at your gear really fast. We'll talk more about that when we get to it. You got a decent one here. You got an 8% with fire damage. Okay, that's fine. You even got the enchant on it, which I should really do as well. But okay, you got a regular basic Rise of the Phoenix. Now, one thing I would change here, if you want to stick with the Rise of the Phoenix, get it a vestigial version that gives 30% mana reservation efficiency of socketed skills, so you can reserve less life. Right? You can actually throw on another aura or something. You might not need it, but I'm saying you could probably throw on another aura or drop something on your tree and still be at 55%. If not, a yellow shield would be better. Get a +5 fire res shield and get like a high life roll on it. There's a lot of options here. And that's where I was getting at, Exile. For me, if my RF isn't doing enough damage, I don't kill the phantasms. And that's where I get stuck on Croesus. If I can't kill the phantasms, I can't kill Croesus. So that's where your DPS matters. So if you're having a problem where you can't kill the phantasms, you don't have enough DPS. So Croesus is always going to be a problem to you until you can guarantee kill the phantasms. Because the reason Croesus is such a problem is because he regenerates his ES so often. You can't break his ES before he regenerates it. You're never going to kill him. And if you can't kill the phantasms to cause an explosion, you're never going to break the ES, right? So that's where the revolving door of Croesus comes into play on Sims. I wouldn't run Purity of Fire if I'm being honest, Exile. We do actually have options here. We can talk about that too. There's some cool little features that you could do to get an extra aura on, using Heist, for mapping specifically, not for like Sims or stuff like that. But for mapping, you can technically get an extra aura, but that's a different conversation. But for shields, you can actually buy a yellow shield with +5. It's a double mod, so it takes 2 suffixes. So you get the increased max of fire res, and then you get the increase to all res. So you can get 3 to fire and 2 to all res on a shield. So this is +5 fire res, right? But then you can rock good life. You can get a good life roll, right? You can get like 100 life on a shield or more, right? And then to take it a step further, you can get life on block. Recover percentage life when you block. Expensive. But something like this is much better. You get a huge life roll, which gives you a lot more damage, survivability. You get the +5 reses. You get the life on block. Obviously, this one would be better because of the 5 life block instead of 3 life block. You don't need the socket of gems or supported by thing, but it is what it is. But you do something like this, and this is huge. The life on block is a great survivability. It keeps you alive quite a bit. But for me, like I said, I went with the vestigial one, which is socket of gems or supported by, or socket of gems have 30% increased reservation efficiency. This is what allows me to get to 55% life. So I'm always at 55% life. Well, I need to fix mine, but you get my point, right? Mine's way better, way worse than what it needs to be. But anyway, mine's not really min-maxed. Just put it that way. Let's look at your helmet really quick. One thing you could change here is get an essence crafted helmet. Oh wait, you have an essence crafted. So you have the basic helmet. Okay, so never mind. I didn't see the essence craft. I thought that was 2 socketed gems. I thought it was conk effect and burning. Okay, so you got burning. You got, yeah. So this is a decent helmet. Pretty expensive. You got your cloak of flame, perfectly fine. Nothing really wrong here. You could get a vestigial version of it for more expensive. Don't really need to if you don't want to, but there's a potential here to swap this out for a vestigial chest. There's a few options. You can do like brass dome with vestigial cloak of flame, so it's 20% fizz damage taken as fire. It's not as much of a conversion, but you get a huge amount of armor, which kind of helps a lot with fizz hits. Or you can get a cloak of flame with Comb's Heart vestigial, so you get +400 max life on a flame, but that does cuck the life mastery. This one, it cucks that life mastery, but 400 max life is pretty nice. But yeah, like I said, you have options here, but this is fine. Don't worry about this. Your gloves. So the one thing I would change on your gloves is, so this is one thing of why you're noticing your phantasms don't do anything. Okay. So when you kill a phantasm, the phantasms spawn like 2 meters away, right? And if your ignite's only spread 1.2, they're never gonna reach the boss. So you need to have an ignite spread 1.7. Secondly, exposure on hit does nothing for you. Just an FYI. Let me verify. Yeah, it does nothing. This ascendancy point makes it to where the resonance of anything you're standing and you're not moving is 20. It's negative 20. It cannot be changed lower, cannot be changed higher. It is set to negative 20. If it's set to negative 20, flammability does nothing for you. And exposure does nothing for you. Exposure only does something for you when you're moving around the map and you're not stationary. Same thing with like flammability and stuff. Flammability has an extra additive of chance to ignite, which is a different thing altogether. But for resistance factors, it does nothing. So with this, now if you do take a bloodline for a third ring, this can be dropped for that, and then exposure makes sense. But until then, it doesn't. But if you take the third ring, you lose your flasks. So take that with a grain of salt. I am gonna look at your flasks in a second here because they look kind of wonky. But we'll see in a second. But gloves, the only thing I see here, you do have life, you do have regen, you do have fire res, you have chaos res from something. These gloves look fine. Like I said, the only thing I hate on these is the fact that you have exposure and the ignite radius isn't big enough. So you'd have to expensively, if these were good, if these were like bisque gloves, I would say spend the extra currency to get a 1.5 meter spread and then use the orb of conflict or whatever it is to chance roll it to 1.6 and then again to 1.7, and that would be like chef's kiss kind of gloves. The 1.7 is massive for you. It allows your ignites to spread so much further. Yeah, the flasks look a little wonky. I just see 2 divine flasks and I'm just like, okay, it's already looking wonky just off of the first 2. Your boot enchants, your implicits on your boot enchants, I would also change, at least the bottom one, because plus the chaos res is nice. You need chaos res, don't get me wrong, you do need chaos res, but +1 to fire res here is much better, because the +1 to fire res gives you 90 90 90 instead of 89 89 89, which then in turn makes nebulous give you an extra 24% damage increase. So your damage is going to go up by 24%, relatively speaking. Not quite 24%, but 24% more or increased LE damage. So it's probably going to go up to like 130k from where it's at right now. Just changing that one E-core from 10% chaos reds to that. That'll be helpful. Defiance of Destiny. The 2 things I would do here is either A, buy a better one, or B, bare minimum, I would life catalyst this to match mine. So mine was worse than yours. Mine was a 17%. So life catalysting it gives you +4 to missing life. So if you have an 18, it goes to 22. If you have a 20, it goes to 24. If you have a 17, it goes to 21. So life catalyst that to 20% using these, and it'll give you another 4% of your life back every time you before you're hit. That's one survivability additive you can add, or you can just buy a better one. Your ring can't be poisoned. I like that. Okay. Your other ring is a max life with max life. Okay. Could get a better ring here. I do like the implicit. I do like the high max life roll, but everything else on this ring does nothing for you. Like life on kill kind of feels bad. 20 flat regen kind of feels bad. But with the other +30, so it's +50 flat life regen. It just feels bad. Is the old R? Yeah, it just feels bad. Honestly, just getting like I don't even think I have. Honestly, something like this is even better. Like low key, like it's less life, but the extra endurance charge is fucking insane. Because that's 4% flat fizz and LE damage reduction. It's just it's almost better. Not really that it's better, but I just throw it on because I had one. Your flesh and flame, or your immortal flesh, fine. I don't really have any problems here. You do have unnatural instinct comboed with the light of meaning for chaos res. Oh, that's where your chaos res comes from. Okay, so here's what I would do. That you're gonna lose a lot of chaos res taking that off. 106. That's so much
Would you like a
chaos
cup of
res.
water? 'Cause you look
Holy
thirsty
hell!
as fuck right
Let me
now.
get some water. Give me just a second. Oh, all right, back. Yeah, so now I see where all your chaos res came from. That's crazy. Yeah, so it's expensive to get chaos res. That's why. Exile. It's fine for now. Like I said, you have the way your build is set up. It's fine, right? This takes care of your chaos res until you can actually farm some currency. This takes care of your yeah. Takes care. Now you're set up for tattooing, which you started to do. I can see. You need to keep tattooing, getting rid of the rest of your stats. That's one big thing. Like I said, I haven't looked at your tree yet. I'm just kind of looking at everything else first. So that's perfectly fine. You do have the blood notch, pretty good one. Abominable force. Now, I'm gonna be real with you, Exile. If your goal is to stand still and not move in AFK, you do not need an abominable force. You can swap this out for a different gem for more damage or whatever. And the reason I say that is because abominable force is only there so you can continue to move while taking stuns. And that's meant for mapping, more or less. Right? Or you're in an area where you're getting hit so often you need to reposition. Once again, it's not a necessary item for that reason. It's a good quality of life, like I said, when you're running maps and you're trying to do things and whatnot. But if you're literally standing in the middle of a sim just to kill stuff, yes, it's annoying when you run into a group of mobs and you can't move at all and you're just standing there, just not being able to move. It can be frustrating, and that's when you basically just you take your ring off for a fucking second, move, and then you put your ring back on. But this just it's necessary in most situations, but if you're going into a sim to AFK on a boss, you don't need it. You need the extra damage, you need the extra survivability. You don't need to be able to move. And even then, like, you can move most of the time because a single boss isn't hitting you so fast that you can't move. But then you got a Quicksilver to move fast. Once again, you're standing still, you don't need to move fast. So extra elemental rest is cool. It is what it is. You got the granite okay, you don't need a poison immune flask if you're poison immune. So a different flask here would be great. Plus, you want more than +1 charge on hit. So yeah, you need to, okay, this is what I would work on for you, is getting new flasks. Holy hell. These are +1 on hit, you need +3 on hits. And this one I like. 50% increased armor during effect is great. Combo with a granite flask, absolutely fire. Right, super, super strong. But you don't need poison immune on the flask because you're already poison immune. And then you got curse removal. I feel like not really necessary, if I'm being honest. Because if you're on a map where you're cursed, you're gonna be permanent cursed anyway. So you're better to get curse effect reductions on other flasks or on your tree and stuff, just so the curses have less effect on you rather than just removing a curse when you trigger it. It's just not worth it. And then immune to corrupted blood and bleed or whatever, right? This is not a bad flask. This is a great life flask until you get bleed immunity. So this is I actually like this. So I would remove this flask. I would basically replace all 4 of these flasks with new utility flasks. So I would get a new ruby flask that has better charges on hit The bottom one can still be armor. It can be any of the other options. A new granite flask with 3 charges on hit, and with that one, you know, you can, like I said, you can probably put the percent armor on. It might be more expensive because armor plus armor is really expensive combo. But if there's an open suffix, you can craft 3% life regen during flask effect. That's massive for you. It's always going to be active. I personally like to put it on like a higher base duration flask, like a ruby flask, so it's active for longer. But you basically, when it comes to your flasks, you're gonna need life regen during flask effect, like I have in my granite. Chance to ignite is really nice. It's a quality of life one because getting to 100% chance to ignite could be expensive. If you have the currency to tattoo enough to get to 100%, then you don't need this, but this helps you get there much easier. Increased armor during effect, and you want shock immunity somewhere or a chance to avoid shock. Because if you're not running Tempest Shield, shock can kill you. Shock could really fuck you up. So anyway, I would replace your flasks. You don't need a topaz, you don't need a sulfur or a sulfite. Wow, I can't think. You don't need a topaz, you don't need a sapphire, and you don't need a sulfur flask because you're currently getting conk effect from your skill, so you don't need to spawn conk effect from the flask. So that leaves you with a ruby, a granite. You can run a basalt for even more armor percent, and then you have an open slot to run anything. I personally like the phasing flask myself because with the abominable force of being able to move, what ends up happening is you're getting hit, you're getting stunned, you're trying to run through mobs and stuff, but you're getting body blocked by them and you can't walk through them. But if you have phasing flask, it doesn't help you other than the phasing, but you can walk through mobs, and it simplifies getting from one side of the room to the other, shield charging and like walking and whatever. It's just kind of a nice quality of life one I like, but you don't have to use that one. You can use whatever you want. What a lot of people like to run is a Progenesis flask. Really expensive, but it's really strong. It's an option, but I don't know. Like I said, from what I see here, I'm not hating this stuff. The one thing I would say, this jewel is okay. You would preferably, instead of having damage over time multi, you'd rather have fire damage over time multi because it rolls higher. It rolls to 8%. And it doesn't have life on it. So you only have a 2 prop here, and I know you got it because you wanted the max fire res. But there's better options. Anyway. And honestly, you don't even need this +2 fire res because once your ruby flask is active, you get +5 max fire res. So in theory, you can actually, if you get the +1 on the boots, you'll be at 90. You can drop 5 fire res from somewhere and just rely upon your flask to keep you at 90%. Right? So you can drop 2 from this. And you could probably drop, and you could probably just drop this wheel here, because that'll put you to 85, and then the flask puts you back to 90 and you're good. You save 3 points. That's something you can do there. Anyway, we haven't got to the crux of the problem. I haven't seen any glaring issue yet. But we'll see what we see when we get over to the actual tree part. All right, so there is 4 variations of embers. So you have the lessers, and this is, I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. So this one rolls 1.2. This one rolls 1.3. This one rolls 1.4. And then the exceptional, which can only be obtained from fighting Searing the boss, drops to 1.5. So these are expensive. $39C or $99C a pop. They're expensive. So you roll those until you hit Ignite Spread, and it will give you a 1.5 spread. It's guaranteed to be 1.5 when you roll that. I don't think it might not be guaranteed. Anyway, that's how you hit the 1.5. I've never done it myself. I've always bought it from somebody else. But you get 1.5 from rolling that. Then I think it's an Orb of Conflict. think it's this. Yeah. So it has a 50% chance. So it raises one and lowers the other. So I would use it on this. I have a 50% chance for it to increase my ignites to 1.7, and then it would decrease my fire leached, right? If my fire leech is always already like the lowest, I don't know if it can do it. I don't know. But it lowers one and raises the other. And I think both of them have to be at a point where it can be lowered and be raised, right? And it's a 50-50 shot. They are 200 C a pop. So you'd have to go from a 1.5 to a 1.6. Then you'd have to roll another one to try and go to 1.7. But the problem is I've never done it myself. Yeah, so it says lesser modifiers that have their strength lowered will be removed. So you can see how this would be very expensive to hit 1.7. This is why the gloves are so expensive. People that actually do this are spending a lot of money and they need to make their money back. This is why the gloves are typically 20, 30 divines. Getting a 1.7 is just very expensive. So anyway, I don't hate how you have this set up. The only thing that I hate so far is I think the gear is lacking. I have to figure out how you're generating endurance charges as well. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, so according to this, you have about almost 300,000 DPS of your Righteous Fire. Look at your tree really fast. So you have Corrupted Blood immunity. In my opinion, if you have Corrupted Blood immunity, you might as well just get Bleed immunity on your ring and call it a day. And that way you don't have to have a Bleed immune flask going forward. I don't hate this. I like this. I like this. Like, this is all fine. Okay, so okay, I would say do this instead, but you're not really up here. Same amount of points. Oh, I don't like this way a little bit better, but it's fine. Just trying to see what you got going on here. Don't like this personally. Ugh. All right. Let me pee really quick. Ah, back. All right. I'm looking at it now. Exile. Dude, I don't know what's wrong with my dog. He's like really driving me nuts. He lay down, pissing me off. What is your malfunction tonight? Fucking headache is from hell too. What are your gods? What gods are you running? What's your bottom one? I'm just kind of curious. Bottom one doesn't matter all that much. I'm just kind of curious. The life flask one? One that reduces enemy regen rate? That's not a bad one. That's a good one. Alright, thing is I'm like looking at I'm trying to look at what you got here and see if I can see any glaring problems. I personally don't like this path, but it is what it is. Like that's like a good starting section. Alright, so first thing I noticed at least is you have this one for your chest piece, but you don't have plus 30 max life. Oh, that's one thing you have wrong. Okay. I just noticed it. Okay. So you don't have you count as low life while at 55% life. This will give you a little bit extra max HP. So instead of being at 50% life, your total is like 6,400. So you're currently at yeah, 3,200. I was trying to find the button. So you have this 400 gap, right? You change this to this, you go to 3,500. You get an extra like 200 and something life or something like that. 300 life or whatever. So that's one thing. Another thing is you don't have the 30 max life roll here, which only gives you about an extra 100 life. But if you combo this with this, you end up with like 3,600 life instead of 3,200. So you end up with like 400 extra life. Not saying that's going to save your life, but that's one thing I noticed. You do have the recoup, you do have this, you have the regen, you have the damage over time. honestly, I don't see anything wrong with the build. Other than you don't have endurance charges. That's the only thing I see you're missing. And that's huge. Even 3 endurance charges is 12% fizz and LE damage reduction. They can. 1000% they will fuck you left, right, and center if you pick the wrong one. Absolutely will kill you. Especially if you get minus chaos res. Or minus armor. You have 4,000 armor. Well, let me I don't even want to turn your flask on because it's not going to reliably be on, but if you get the minus like 6,000 armor, you're fucking a wet paper towel. Right? So many negative mods that can easily kill you. Altars can absolutely destroy you, especially if you're doing eater instead of searing. If you're doing eater will fucking kill you. There's no and ifs buts about it. Eater will fucking destroy you. And then you have this. A lot of people like this. I personally use Trial of Faith for 5% of life over 1 second when I'm stunned versus 3% on kill and 12% recouped over 4 seconds. I personally like this one more. But for in-game, this is more advantageous. Yeah, I'm not seeing any reason why you're dying, other than it doesn't make any sense because you are tanky, right? You have life recoup, you have life regen. You don't have any armor. I think the one thing that, like I said, the one thing that's really hurting you is your flasks. They're basically never active. You're missing stats from these. And you don't have endurance charges, right? So one of the easiest way to get endurance charges is a small cluster with enduring composure. The easiest way to obtain endurance charges, unless you want to go expensive with your timeless jewel, because if you get a specific number, it turns one of either the int or the dex into this, so you get endurance charges. I can show you on my old build what I did. Nice, let's go. Yeah, fire god, bro. I think the fire one fucked me. I would level up over it. It's that one fucked me. So this is what I did to when I had more money. Exile is I got the Elegant of Casperio with a specific number, so it gave me eternal resilience. So it saved me some points. It is nearly immortal, but when you're map running, you're running altars, it can easily die. Easily die. There are specific map modifiers that can absolutely obliterate you. But like I said, you are kind of on the lower end of gear too, right? Your gear being on the lower end and you not having endurance charges. Like I said, look, my character has 3,300 life. You have 3,200 life, right? You have a Defiance of Destiny. It's not quite as good as mine, but you do have it. You have the Cloak of Flame. You have the ring. You have the belt. You have the shield minus the res thing. I did the res thing so I can get to 55%. I don't know how you get to 55%. Because I have Flesh and Stone, Petrified Blood. And then I got my Malevolence over here, right? I don't know how you have 56%. That just seems weird. I don't understand how you're 56% because I have this too. Don't I? Yeah, I have this too. I don't know how you're at 56% without a rune graft. That part I don't understand. How you get to 56%. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. Sorry. All right, I'm back. Sorry. So steering totems were a thing we used like a league or two ago, and they're decent. It's tolerable. It's better than like running fire trap. It's better than running the hateful accuser in theory. But the new tech is getting a yellow shield with +1 totem and running scorching ray of immolation with cast speed and play speed, and you just spam hold down the right click, spawning shit tons of totems, and each totem you spawn adds its own stack of burn to a boss or a mob, and you can get up to like 40-50 stacks of burns just burning things to death. But that's a possibility. That's a different story. I'm just trying to figure out why you're dying, because like I said, being on a white version of a map does help make it easier to run, but if you click on certain altars, they will kill you. If you click on certain mods and ultimatums, they will kill you. Doesn't matter how unkillable you think your character is. You have everything in place that should be fine. The only thing I didn't take a check was your ignite chance. Yeah, you don't have a 100% chance to ignite yet, which isn't a big deal, but this is DPS and then like clear speed. Getting one more tattoo to put you to 100% is something you need to do. And then qualitying some of your gems as well. Want to see. Okay, one thing you have wrong here is you have life tap, so you can take effect of Swift Affliction, but you're not proccing life tap. So Swift Affliction isn't activating to give you extra damage. In order for a life tap to work and to proc Swift Affliction, you need something has to be linked to life tap that you're casting, right? So for example, if you put life tap in with this, and every time this triggered, it would trigger your life tap, it would work, right? Same thing with like this, right? So instead of having like increased burn, put life tap in here. These would cast life, but your life tap would trigger, I mean, you're already casting life because you're in blood magic, but life tap would trigger, and then trigger being active, you would then get swift affliction. Because like if you go in here, like if we go to configuration, we turn off life tap, you lose 40k. Because you don't have life tap active, you're losing 45k DPS because your life tap isn't active. Right? So if that's the case, you're better off just removing both of these and putting on like efficacy. In my opinion, I like increased area of effect because Conk Effect cucks your radius quite a bit, but it does give you a lot of damage. But area of effect can give you a small amount of damage if you quality it. And it gives you a lot of radius. So you go from 3.1 to 3.6. And if you were to do the opposite, if you were to do Conk Effect, you would get like almost 100k damage. But you would also cuck your radius but from 3.1 to 2.6. So you'd have a really small radius. But you'd get a lot of damage if you did it. Efficacy would also give you a decent amount of damage, right? But if you just quality these and you actually triggered life tap, that alone, just qualitying your gems, like that just gave you like 10k. Just itself. In the helmet? So the thing is life tap can only be triggered when it casts something. RF just turns on. There's no cast, so it can't trigger life tap. But if you put it in your gloves or your boots, right? For example, you take burn damage off of your flame wall and your volcano, and you just put life tap in here, and you just leave it as level 1 because it doesn't matter what level it is. Every time your flame wall or your volcano triggers on cast on stun, it will trigger life tap, the buff for life tap, and when the buff of life tap is active, your righteous fire will take advantage of its swift affliction. The reason why life tap is in here is because it's the only way to take advantage of swift affliction. Swift affliction is a duration support, and RF does not have a duration tag that will actually work with duration skills unless you have life tap, and you have to have the life tap buff active for it to work. You can't just socket it in and it work, because socketing it in just allows for you to obtain the life tap buff. Or sorry, let me back up. When you cast a skill that's linked to life tap, when you cast the required amount of life cost or mana cost, it will give you the life tap buff. The life tap buff is what you're looking for. When you have the life tap buff, anything that's linked to life tap gets the benefit from life tap, right? So since RF can't trigger it, but it is linked to it, if you trigger life tap from another skill, RF gets to take advantage of life tap because life tap is active from a different skill. So typically you put life tap on like shield charge or frost blink or something like that while you're moving around the map. You constantly have it active, and then your RF constantly has the life tap buff, which then it can then take advantage of swift affliction. If life tap buff isn't active, swift affliction can't be activated. It's a weird like little thing. And this is why, like I said, people run the Val version and they set it up this way, but they don't understand that Val RF has the duration tag, yes, but if you don't have life tap in it, it doesn't work. POB says it does, but it doesn't work. So we turn off Val. Oh, that's because of the Val version. Okay, look. So you see how when I turn on Swift Affliction, even though the skill has a duration tag, Swift Affliction doesn't work because the duration is only for the Val version, not the regular Righteous Fire. So this is the misconception that people have with the Val version of Righteous Fire, is they say, oh, it has a duration tag, I don't need to run Life Tap. So they just run Swift Affliction on it and like less duration or whatever, thinking it's going to give them damage, but it does nothing for them. And then people are under the impression that, oh, well, just because it needs to have Life Tap so Swift Affliction works? Okay, cool. So then they turn on Life Tap on the skill, right, to make it work. And as you can see, it does change it. But look at the difference when I turn on Life Tap. You get another 40k, right? And it's because supported skills deal more damage while you have Life Tap. So let me backtrack what I said a little bit. Is yes, Swift Affliction will still work because Life Tap is giving the duration tag, but you're not taking effect of Life Tap. So I had those two backwards. You're not taking effect of the Life Tap damage buff because Life Tap isn't activating. So you're still cucking yourself on one support gem, right? One support gem isn't being activated, so you're running on a 3-link instead of a 4-link, right? But it does allow Swift Affliction to work. So this is why Life Tap is always in Righteous Fire, because if you don't use Life Tap, there's only 5 support gems you can run for Righteous Fire. You can run Burning Damage, Conk Effect, Increased Area Effect, LA Focus, and Efficacy. There's only 5 support gems that can roll. To add the 6th one / 7th, you have to have Life Tap and Swift Affliction. You can't just run Swift Affliction. You have to run them as a combo. So you're cucking yourself a little bit by not having Life Tap somewhere else because you're not taking advantage of this damage. So you're only at 240k damage instead of 285k damage. And then like I said before, you definitely want to quality your Righteous Fire to get you a little bit more radius, your LA Focus for more damage, and your Swift Affliction for, once again, more damage. This will put you to almost 300k. Now, I don't know if LA Focus is the best damage. Oh, it is. Okay, I wasn't sure if Efficacy would be better. But yeah, so you are right. So this is fine. Just add Life Tap to your Flame Wall. Instead of burn, put Life Tap in here, leave it at like literally go and level it up. Like go and kill some mobs and lock it at level 1 and just forget about it. This will keep your Life Tap permanently active, so you'll get the extra 45k, 50k on your Righteous Fire. A little extra damage will help. But like I said, there's nothing glaringly wrong with this. The only thing I could see a problem with is Detonate Dead of Scavenging for Sims is probably not the way to go. I think regular Detonate Dead with Unearthed is a better setup for Sims, because if I remember correctly, Sims don't have corpses to explode, and Scavenging can't explode corpses that are created. So you can't use Desecration, you can't use Unearthed, like, you know what I mean, Unearthed for it or anything. It has to be regular Detonate Dead. Also, having Call of the Week on this isn't a bad option, but I think it's better used on another skill because your Detonate Dead needs to do as much damage as possible. So on a 6th link, Detonate Dead, you want as much damage as absolute possible because you need this to hit as hard as possible. Because here's the goal, at least with the way mine's set up and the way it should work, is you need to get Unearthed to as high quality as possible with the highest level as possible to spawn the highest level corpses possible with as much life as possible. So when Detonate Dead triggers on it, it hits for as hard as possible. With a 100% chance to ignite, it will cause an ignite on whatever mob it hits, and then regular Flame Surge will cause a ground burn effect when it hits that mob, causing more damage to be in that area, and then the ignite gets spread from your gloves and so on. So that point, you're able to kill a hard to kill mob faster. And as you kill that mob will kill the next mob, which will kill the next mob. I would replace scavenging with regular personally. I would also move Call of the Week to say this and move your punishment somewhere. You'd have to change a lot of your stuff. So your shield is fine. Your weapon looks like it has an open. Oh, wait, it has your flame dash. So your weapon is kind of set. Your helmet is set. So you're left with your boots, which, like I said, you drop burn for this. If it was me, I would drop one skill. Right? Because you currently have Firestorm of Pelting with Coal of the Week. It's a great combo. Because it hits so often, it blankets the screen, and Call of the Week is actually insane. But you want Detonate Dead to hit as absolutely as hard as possible, right? So you want, when it hits, you want the ailment to just apply. You want that ignite to just tick as hard as possible so Flame Surge can apply the best burn on the ground it possibly can. You want to keep Purifying Flame because you want to make sure you're keeping the consecrated ground, right? So this is fine. I like this setup fine. This setup probably can go. You probably don't need Flame Surge or this. You could just instead put Pull of the Week with Firestorm of Pelting in here. And then you have an open socket at that point if you want. If you want to add in like Shield Charge for more movement speed, so you can move around maps faster, you can do something like that. It's a possibility. Don't have to, but you can. I would do that instead, and then with that in mind, you have 2 extra open supports here to add more damage, right? Because damaging ailments you inflict with support skill deal damage faster. I don't know if I like that. Doing damage faster does give more ignite DPS, but you want total damage increase. So cruelty would probably be better. Because supporters should deal more damage with hits. So when it hits harder, the ignite will be harder. So cruelty would probably be better in this specific situation. I've never seen critical strike affliction before. So this is only if you're gonna crit. I don't think Detonate Dead could really crit very often, so I wouldn't worry about this. But Swift Affliction, more damage over time, so your ignite DPS goes up. But less duration. So I mean something like this would probably be fine. So this way your ignite DPS goes up. Or your ignite, basically, like I said, you need the ignite to be high. So when Flame Surge hits it, it drops a bigger burn, and that bigger burn adds more damage. Oh, if you're gonna switch to the Unearthed variant, there's a lot more to change, right? Because you would need to drop this whole wheel, right? So the punishment could go in here, right? So if we were to drop this, this is where your Firestorm of Pelting can go. Technically, it doesn't have to be Firestorm of Pelting if we're going to be honest. Firestorm of Pelting with the Call of the Week, right? And then this is your Detonate Dead. This is your helmet. You're left with your gloves. So you would end up. This is where you get kind of funky, right? Because now you're at a point where you're kind of socket starved, right? Because you need Unearthed, you need Empower, and you need Enhance. And ideally, you'd want Awakened versions at level 5 eventually, but bare minimum of +3s here is what you need. And then if you can get a 21 Unearthed on top of this with 23 quality is ideal, right? And then you want to put it in a green socket on top of that. This is the ideal setup for it. And then on your gloves, you get +1 to socketed AoE gems, or +2 if you can get it. You need plus gems to unearth. The reason for it is for every level this goes up, it increases the spawned corpse level, and the higher the spawned corpse level, the higher the HP, and then the higher the quality, the more HP the mob has on top of that. So if you get a +1, you go from a 76 to a 78, which just dramatically increases its corpse damage, or corpse life, right? So if we look at calculations and we look at unearth, we look at corpse. So the corpse life is 51k at level 78. If we drop it 76, we're at 45k. So we lose 6,000 total corpse life for one level. Right? That 6,000 is huge because this is the base damage for your Detonate Dead. Because the way Detonate Dead works is it's 7.9% of corpse's max life. Obviously, you want a 21. I don't know what the... Can't Detonate Decimal Corpse? Sure, I mean, you can 20 in it if you really want. It's whatever. But it's mostly about getting the 21 on the Detonate Dead, so you get 8% of the max corpse life. So if we take that into consideration, you know, corpse life is 45k. You level it one more time, you know, that's 6k. That's 8% of that 6k. That's the base damage, right? That base damage then gets scaled by all of the, you know, the burn damage, the deadly elements, the cruelty, the swift affliction. All of, like, this base of damage is based off of the mob life. So an extra 6,000 scales this hard. Right? So if we can configure, I don't know how to tell Detonate Dead what the corpse life is. Corpse life. Okay. So if we were at 45,000. Doesn't really change. Of course. So hoping it would change. And then we switch it to 51,000. Doesn't really change. Of course. Wouldn't change. Why would it change? Why would it change? I was hoping it would change somewhat. It's like it doesn't change at all. Huh. Interesting. I wonder why it doesn't change. What if we did like 100,000? It doesn't change at all. This technically should change, and I don't know why it's not, but it should change. But the damage changes based off of the base damage of you know, what you're targeting. But something like this would be kind of your go-to. I'm gonna wait for this ad to finish, and we can chat more. I do have another thing for you, Exile. If you need to change your flask to 3 charges when hit and cast when they reach full, and if you come down here, this right here, this flask mastery is nuts for survivability. Absolutely nuts. So personally, if it was me, you did use a lot of points to come over and do this, but you could drop these 3 points that we talked about before. And you can drop these 5 points. You lose a little bit of damage doing this, but you can then come down to get this and over to get this. The same exact reservation efficiency. It's a 3 point, 4 point technically counting this one. And then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points here. So this 5 points, you're still off by 2, right? So you need 1, 2, 3, 4. You're off by 3 points, so you'd have to find 3 points somewhere. Which I feel like you can drop 1 point up here. So if we look at what you have, technically, I don't know what, you're off by a gem. Why are you off by 1 skill point? You're missing a skill point. Do slash passives. Do you have 24 passives? You're missing one. I'm pretty sure you're missing one. I'm pretty sure you missed one. It should be like all ones down the list until the bottom. It should say 2. Or you scroll up, it should say 24 passives from quests. Does it say 24? Because your POB says you're missing one. Okay. That's funny. Okay. All right, so go get that. But what I was gonna say is like, so okay, so if you go to a Mage Blood, obviously you drop this, so it's not worth it if you're gonna switch to a Mage Blood. I was just say for now, this is a good survivability option. So yeah, like you have a lot of things. So when you get the Mage Blood, obviously you're gonna spend the money on the Mage Blood. You're gonna spend the money on the flasks, right? But once you have the flask sorted and you have your Mage Blood sorted, you need to then drop reses, right? Because you're gonna have a Ruby flask. It's gonna give you +9 to max res, right? So you could basically get all the way down to 81 max res at that point. So that means you can drop this, right? You can drop this. And you can drop this. Boom. Dropping all of that gives you a bunch of points, and then you can use those for like clusters or something, right? I'm just trying to think of the best way to do it. You also need another tattoo. So you're going to have to get yourself another Ignite tattoo. For now. You can go other ways around it, but you need to get to 100% Ignite chance. That's basically what I was getting at. But with those extra points, like you'll still be at 90, 90, 90. You'll be good across the board. You can use those points to pick up endurance charges. Maybe invest into a new timeless so you can get the endurance charges from one of these points here, and then you can get, you know, the endurance charge here, the endurance charge here. You could actually come over here if you really wanted to get this endurance charge cluster and Golem's blood. It's a really good stretch. Problem is you make this like weird square here that a lot of people don't like. But I mean, there's no real other option at that point. And then I would focus. The main thing I would focus on is getting better gloves that have chaos and fire res, and then boots for chaos and fire res. Instead of these having fire and cold, don't worry about the cold. You shouldn't have to worry about cold or lightning, right? Yes, this gives you negative cold, but when you have the Mage Blood, you're not going to worry about it, right? You're going to have more than enough res. But get fire and chaos here, and if you're still rocking a yellow ring, get chaos res here. You need to get your chaos res anywhere else other than that cluster jewel. Or not cluster jewel, but the other than this. And if you swap this out for fire damage, you are going to explode in some damage. All right, good. That 100%, you're not gonna be like, you might not notice it all that much, but you'd be surprised how helpful that extra 100% would be. And you'd honestly be surprised on how much the ignite spread being 1.2 versus 1.6 or 1.7 would be. The last thing I would say is you will need to pick up, like I said, the life mastery for being at 55% life and the 30% max life. You need both of those. And you also want to pick up a rune graft for this 20% reduced bonuses from your boots, but 20% bonus, like increased bonuses to your gloves. What this does is the implicits on the gloves get boosted by 20% along with any of the stats. So if you have life res, you have like chaos res, fire res, life regeneration rate, they all get boosted by 20%. You get 20% more life, 20% more reses, 20% more life regen, 20% more ignite spread, and then your boots are just, they're cucked by 20%, right? So 20% less life, 20% less reses, 20% less movement speed if you have movement speed, which I don't really care about, 20% less regen if you have that. Since I'm a stationary build anyway, I don't care about the movement speed. I go with more life regen rate. And then if you have the implicits for +1 max fire res and the plus for regeneration, those are just cucked by a little bit, but the +1 fire res cannot be lowered. It will always be +1 fire res, so this is the best rune graft to grab. And your ignite spread, if you have a 1.7, goes to like a 2.3 or something stupid. Someone did the math. I don't remember. Like, I think their math might be a little off. Maybe there's a few other things that have to go into it, but you basically get over a 2% spread. And that 2-meter radius spread is very helpful for if you do try to run phantasms, right? Because the phantasms will spawn like over here. If you don't have enough fire radius to hit them, it can be a little hard to kill them. But you need to have enough area of effect on your righteous fire, which is why I recommend increased area of effect. Yeah, mines are supported by increased area of effect of 16 with LA damage. I like area of effect because it gives you the radius, right? It's kind of nice. The radius to hit things from further away is a lot better than my opinion of cucking your radius down to here and you have to be point blank on things. It's just quality of life. So chaos res is important to be at least 75. You 100% wouldn't live more than 1.5 seconds if you didn't have chaos res. I'm just going to be honest with you. The chaos res is so important because there's so many things that poison. There's so many caustic grounds. There's so many things that hit with chaos damage. Like a lot of maps you wouldn't have any problems, but most maps you will just fucking die, like outright die. One thing that I can say is once you get your mage blood, just get an amethyst flask. If you don't want to get a utility amethyst flask to go with your mage blood, just get a progenesis flask. It's expensive, but it's great for survivability. But it also gives you chaos res. Right? 35% chaos res. But the hits, it's basically like having petrified blood, but stacks, kind of. Like additive in a way. Multiplicative, I guess is the best way to explain it. This is an option. But if I'm being honest, you don't really need to have the progenesis flask. You're better off with a cinder swallow. A good cinder swallow. Because they rolled different modifiers. So apply an additional curse, pretty huge. You can get double curse. If you have space for it. Regenerate life on kill, and then ignited enemies take increased damage. That can kind of change, right? You can get like, see how this one's changed? It says leech life, rarity. Like these all change. So you can get a good random cinder swallow. Cinder swallow would be a great great flask. Gives you onslaught as well, which doesn't really matter. But cinder swallow for your last flask, and then getting a utility amber flask with the mage blood will give you so much chaos res. It'll give you close to like 70 chaos res, making your chaos res easy to cap with just your boots, gloves, and if you get lucky on the helmet. but if you don't get lucky on the helmet, that's fine. You can just get it on like your one yellow ring or something. It's not that big of a deal. Just get as close to chaos cap as you can, because I mean, like if you look at mine, look what I got. I got 85, 85, 85, 16. But I have an amethyst flask. With my amethyst, I'm at 51 and I don't die. Like as long as you're poison immune, or in my case, I just pick up this for 50% less duration and they can only inflict 3 poisons on me, I don't have any problems with poison. I said you don't need to be capped per se or overcapped. You just need to be close. Because if you have enough life regen, you have enough like healing from like Defiance of Destiny, damage recouped his life, stuff like that, poison isn't too terrible at the end of the day, right? But I mean, I can show you like on my maps, right? Like, do I have Crypto? Yeah, I'll just run this one really quick. Actually, I'm gonna run one of my block ones. Yeah, chance to block. I'll just run this chance to block one. Get this off my list. But it's so easy. Okay. I'm gonna run ultimatum at the same time. So to answer your question from earlier that I kind of glazed over and forgot to say something about, was the mod that you can't run. So with this build, there's only a few mods you can't run on ultimatum. Majority, it's the it's the rune guys, right? The ones that apply rune stacks. So the guys that apply rune stacks are bad. Because you can't block them, and you're not going to outrun them or dodge them. Right? So that one will instantly fail your mission. So if you pick a rune guy, you might as well just leave, because you're not going to be able to complete it. And then when we're talking about these, like consecrated ground lasts on death, that's fine, but negative armor and evasion can kill you. If you don't have enough armor or survivability, that one can kill you. If you combo it with fizz damage converted to an element, it can easily kill you. Nearby enemies, yeah. So fizz damage is extra chaos. This is one of the ones that can kill you if you don't have chaos res, right? So that's another one that can kill you. You're rocking endurance charges. There's one from Eater that per endurance charge you get less regen rate. That can kill you. So when it comes to this one, the degen from the altar doesn't typically hurt this build because we have so much regen. Frost orbs are great. Fizz as chaos can kill you. So I usually take frost orbs, fire orbs, saw blades, anything, and I try to avoid hitting them to level 4 unless I have to. But Flask's Hinder is great. Poison Cloud that follows you will most likely kill you. Like, unless you have capped out chaos reses, and even with that, too much chaos res is a problem, because you're not 90% chaos res, you're only 75% chaos res. So you still take more chaos damage than anything. But like lightning one is fine as well. Fire is fine as well. Like these three are great. You take them in low, like the low level versions of them, it's perfectly fine. Even if you get them all to like level 3, it's still fine. As long as they're all not level 4, like level 4s you might struggle with a bit. But if you just take the level 1s, you're perfectly fine. But yeah, and I see how like I have these and I just keep leveling them up. But one of the things you can take advantage of is when fire damage leeches life. As long as your HP never reaches full, you're good. So don't take this. This doesn't bother you right now because you don't have endurance charges. But when you start getting endurance charges, don't take this, because you will run out of endurance charges, which lowers your survivability. So if I'm being honest, one of the main reasons why my character's so tanky is because of that flask mod. That flask mastery is so strong. See how often my flasks are triggering? That's 4% total life every time one of those triggers. And with them constantly triggering like that, it's a huge amount of healing. So now I'm like stuck with these. So yeah, we just go to level 4. This is where it gets a little dangerous, because level 4s do quite a lot of damage. And like I said, this degen one isn't a big deal, but it can kill you. Because degen on top of all the extra damage you're taking, most of your healing comes from being hit. And if you're taking degen damage is the biggest problem to the build. That's why chaos clouds that follow you, or this one's fine too, extra mods, perfectly fine. But chaos clouds that follow you, physical degens on the map, things like that, anything that can apply poison, anything that applies degen or is like a burning effect or like a degen, like a dot damage on the ground, all of those are what this build suffers the most from. So basically you can't stand in stuff. You can get hit by anything you want, but just don't stand in anything. Scorching, like being scorched doesn't matter. You have so much fire res, it doesn't really matter. But it's crazy seeing my build because like you're gonna see a lot of things are dying as I'm running at them, and it's not my RF damage. It's actually the daisy chain of the ignites. See how all these things are just dying? They're dying because the ignite is spreading to like 2 meters, and it's spreading and killing another mob, which is daisy chaining to the next mob. It's insane. So this is actually a good mod. This one doesn't matter to you. Them having max res and increased res and stuff like that literally is a free mod for you. But these mods are, I mean, the positives are kind of just dog shit. So I like the curses reflected back at you don't really matter either. I'm not using curses, so it doesn't matter to me. But if you were using curses, like you're using punishment, that one would fuck you a little bit because punishment being reflected back to you makes you basically take double damage because you're always on low life anyway, and punishment increases damage while you're on low life. So that one would kind of cuck you. But if you had curse effect reductions on your tree, or you know, in your flasks and stuff, it wouldn't matter. That would be a free mod for you every single time. But I would highly recommend you get a bleed cannot be inflicted on you ring. So you can get them on yellows. You can get them on yellow rings and belts, I guess, but you're not going to be running a belt. But if we were doing a ring, you can get them on rings, and you can get them on, or any ring basically, like unique rings and stuff like that. But getting one of these with like good mods on it would be probably your go-to. Because then you're bleed immune, and then you just get a corrupted jewel for corruption, and you don't have to worry about either one of those going forward. But do you have any other questions? You need me to show you anything? I don't think your build is... I think you have everything right. I think you did everything right. I think you took the wrong mods. You're running a map and you grabbed mods that killed you. Multiple times. Because you're not understanding where what's killing it. You're not understanding like how the survivability like kind of works and which mods cuck it. Right? Kineticist! What'd we get? Alright, we got Greater Kinetic Blast. That's cool. We only got regular Kinetic Blast of Clustering. This is actually a pretty solid one. I'm gonna rematch him. He did get Returning, so he needs Pierce. So it's not the best one, but I think this is a huge upgrade for our friend. It'll take me a year to kill it. Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's obviously your gear's a little lacking, like I said. There's a few missed points on your tree, not too big of a deal. Like I said, you have too much res, like max res. And then you have that one chaos, that one cold res roll on your boots or whatever. Just a few minor things here and there that aren't too big of an issue. Just little things. But other than that, you did everything right. Like I said, I think the main thing is just taking the wrong mods, right? Like running, like you're not running maps with mods, you said, like obviously, so that's not a thing. But running like reduced reservation or reduced life regeneration will kill you, right? No regen will kill you. Anything that reduces your regen will pretty much kill you. Anything that has like a lot of degen on top of that will kill you. So you want to avoid degens and avoid reduced regens at all costs. Those are the two main things you need to avoid. If you avoid both of those things, most things can't kill you. Because most of the survivability from the build comes from being stunned, right, to heal for a lot of HP, right? Because you got a little bit of leech, you got life on stun, you got damage recouped his life, so like that. You got the Defiance of Destiny that heals you a whole ton as well. But a lot of it is your regen. You have like 2,000 net regen. If you reduce that regen, you're going to die. If you're constantly not being hit and you're relying solely on your regen to stay alive, you're probably gonna die. Like, not so much die because you're just gonna die walking over the degen. It's just the degen counters your regen, and then you start taking damage, and now you're out of regen at that point, right? Your regen's capped out, and the rest of it is all relying on you taking damage, you being hit to sustain your HP going forward. So just the little things that kind of matter, right? I'd like to see you run it and see you die, like see what's killing you. I want to see like what the buffs you take are of what's killing you, because that's the only way I'm gonna know what exactly is killing you, like why you're dying, what's killing you exactly, right? Is it fizz damage? Is it LE damage? Is it dot damage, right? Are you dying to some sort of curse or some sort of bleed or something? Like, I need to know what's killing you to know what I'm missing myself. Yeah, well, so the reason you're dying more on this than regular RF is because you are taking Petrified Blood. So the difference is, on Petrified Blood doesn't make you unkillable. Petrified Blood, what it does is it makes you almost immune to small hits, but it makes you more susceptible to big hits. So if you stand in something you shouldn't stand in, you will die. If it's a mechanical hit and you stand in it, you're going to die. Because you're cucking your total HP pool in half. So instead of 6,000 HP, you now have 3,000 HP. So your max hit is now 3,000 HP. Minus like all the defensive layers, right? So instead of being able to take a 6,000 hit, you can now only take a 3,000 hit. And like I said, this isn't taking into consideration your reses and whatever else goes into that factor of reducing the damage before it gets to you. But the Defiance of Destiny cannot save you from a one hit, and neither can Petrified Blood. The thing is 99%. Okay, so this is one you can't take. Stalking Rune, don't take this. This will kill you. The thing people don't understand is like 99% of the time you die in PoE is not to a single one hit. It's to a double, triple, or quad hit that comes like like simultaneously. You got 4 different mobs hitting you at the same time and you just die instantly, but it's not a single hit. The only time you ever die to a single hit is when you stand in a mechanic of a boss that you're not supposed to. It's the only time it kills you in one hit, right? So with that said, that's why Petrified Blood and Defiance Destiny is like a very good survivability, almost immortal, but it still has its drawbacks. Degens, right? If you're not bleed immune, if you're not corrupted blood immune, if you're not poison immune, if you're standing in stuff that are on the ground that is doing degens, any of this stuff kind of hinders your survivability, because a lot of your survivability isn't from the Petrified Blood and Defiance Destiny. That's an additive layer. It's your regen. Having so much regeneration, because you take a hit, and Petrified Blood basically throws out like 5% of it, and then 35% of it is dealt to you over time. POB, I could try to get you a POB watermelon if you need one. Yeah, see, look, see, I just died. You see my point? I don't know what I just died to. I looked away for a second and I just died. I'd have to see a rollback clip of that, but you see my point? You can die. And I think I caught a glimpse of an explosion off the side of my screen. And if that's the case, it was probably an on-death fireball explosion. And I can't be crit. So it must have just been a really hard fireball explosion. Like a really high tier fireball explosion that actually, I was already low from taking a lot of other damage and it just one-shot me. Right? Through my Petrified Blood. Like I said, it's not infallible. It's about not getting your HP pull up high enough and your defensive layers up high enough that you don't get one-tapped by things. So Defiance of Destiny, Petrified Blood, cast on your Blood Notch, plus your damage recouped over time from this combo with like this, where is it this, and then your Blood Notch. As long as that is over like 60%, like 70 something percent, all damage you take is countered by the regen, so it's a net neutral. And then your Defiance of Destiny puts you over the top, and then your life regen kind of keeps you consistent. And then you add in stuff like this until you get Mage Blood, and Mage Blood kind of takes over. And then you have, you know, this and some other things. But that's kind of like where the unkillable status feels like it is, but it's not. Like I said, if you look at my debuffs here, my flasks probably fell off, right? Because I have reduced flask effects and flash charges and duration. So my flask probably fell off when I got that one hit. So flasks are a problem for without Mage Blood, right? And then that's basically it. But like I said, my flask probably ran off and I probably got smacked with a big hit and it just killed me. And like this, negative chaos res, if I get hit with chaos after this, I die. So it's not really worth rocking. Anyway, but does that kind of show you the same thing that like was happening to you, Exile? Choking Miasma 4 100% will kill you. No. Choking Miasma 4 is so much dot damage, it's going to kill you. Like, it will eat every bit of your regen that you have. Even at 75% Chaos Rose, it does so much damage. And then you're just taking hits after that. And like I said, taking one of, basically that removes one of your whole entire defensive layers, dealing with the Choking Miasma. Now, instead of having regen, now you have damage recouped as life. And what's the other one? And the Defiance of Destiny. You're only left with that. Right? That's not a lot to survive off of. Watermelon, you still there? You still want that POB? I said, this is my POB from last season. Oh, sorry, this is his. I can pull up my POB from last season and give it to you because it's the one I'm following and the one I'm working towards. If you want my POB from last season, you can have it. I did with this one. Tia, stop. Jesus, dog. I did swap this off of Detonate Dead and Unearth to just RF. Wow, slowly working towards life stacking. So this one is a little off from what I'm running right this second. But I could pull up my current POB if you want. Yeah, it's not great. I haven't put any money into him yet. I've been playing another character mostly, so. But Watermelon, you gotta tell me, are you still here? Like I don't understand. People ask me a question. I talk to them within a couple minutes, like a minute or two, while I'm obviously having conversations. I'm not gonna stop my conversation to answer another conversation. And then they just never answer me. I don't understand. You want this orbit? I mean, it's not great. That's the thing. It's like if you look at like my damage, where's my RF? And don't run Valorant. It's just a mistake. I was testing something, so yeah, like look, my RF damage is only 180k. It's so bad. It's so bad. I'd probably take this off. I'm kind of thinking about taking this. I'm trying to figure out what I want my Dead Eye Dead to do more damage. I haven't really tinkered with my Dead Eye Dead yet. Because like I haven't really POB'd my character yet. So like this is a huge total damage per ignite. And then this is also total damage per ignite. It's pretty huge. My burn damage is pretty big. And this is only 90k. I wonder if there's something better than Ignite Proliv. Like maybe we go with Sadism? Not Sadism, sorry. Yeah, because total damage per ignite is way cucked, right? It's down 300k, but the damage goes up because it's faster. But I think Cruelty would be a good option. Maybe we swap in Cruelty here instead of Ignite Proliv. I kind of like the idea. What's Cruelty? Is it bad? Is it gonna fuck me? Cruelty is a buff associated with cruelty support that grants more damage over time support. Wait, what? Okay. Cruelty grants more damage over time with supported skills based on damage of the hit compared to the target's maximum life. Interesting. We'll try it. Fuck it. We'll see if that feels better. Like I said, I can't really do much else with my Unearth. My Unearth would have to go in my gloves. And I'd have to get plus the gems in my gloves. Like, because my Unearth is only, 76 corpses. And I only have a level 3 in power and level 3 enhance. I'd have to get a level 4 or level 5 to really juice this even further. But does anybody want those? Like I said, it's not great. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so we would want 21. Oh, and then 23. Okay, that's not. That's expensive. For an extra 1%, I think. 25, 24. 1%? Are we seriously just doing that? $24 effect versus 24. It's not a big deal. So we just buy this for 50. I just want to try it. I want to see if it feels better on single target. Because Ignite Pro Lift is cool and all. I don't know if it's necessary. Because having the Ignite's Pro Lift at 2 meters, I feel like this is better. Or relatively the same. Like equivalent. So it's like yes, it's 24% more damage with the ailment or with the Ignite. But this is 24% more damage with the hit, which then scales off of all the other ones. But then it gives me the cruelty effect. Gives me more damage as well. All right, mate. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Have a good day. Appreciate you for being here. I'll catch you again on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday. Appreciate you for being here. Talk to you next time. If you need me anytime, hit me in the Discord as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye, bye, bye. Yeah, I'm gonna be getting off here too soon. I have a kind of bad headache. I know I got on late, but gonna. I think I got like another 10-15 minutes in me. Ugh. Single target is really dog shit. Anybody know if there's a way to force yourself to take damage to do the cast on stun? Is there a way to force stun yourself? Because I'm thinking like on mobs that don't hit often, they don't trigger your stun very often. I wonder if there's a way to like force yourself to get hit more often, to stun yourself more often. So like this is where I feel like this ring comes in handy. Because now we get a nice little phantasm pop, and then he just dies. Maybe. We can get a phantasm pop. And then he runs away. Give me a damn pop. Just can't get a pop. Save my life. Oh, it's like okay, so you can't self stun. Okay, yeah, because I was wondering like if the way we're set up is our stun threshold is based off of our ES. So anytime we take damage, it basically guarantees stuns us. So anytime a mob hits us, no matter how big or small the hit is, we get stunned. So I was thinking along those lines, okay, if I take a stun from any type of damage,
What if I self-inflicted damage to myself? Would it stun me? That's what I was thinking. Right? Because there's items in the game that you can self-harm. I was wondering, is it with the self-harm, is it possible to force stun yourself with that in mind? Because that's cool if so. Because then cast on stun builds can get kind of wild with it. Like how they can't get on the other side of the boat. It's so stupid. Kind of thought I died earlier. Random RNG death. Like, Tover, I got a quick question. Is my voice not coming through on the YouTube for some reason or something? It's like, the few people that have talked over there, I feel like I've answered within a few minutes, and they're already gone. Or they're just not answering me. Like, I know I have a problem with, you know, answering people expediently on that, you know, over there. But I feel like I've a couple minutes, like, it's not like I'm quiet. It's not like I'm sitting here not talking. They ask me a question while I'm in the middle of talking, and then I look over, I see it, I answer them, and ask them a question, and then they just never say something. So it's like they can't, either A, they can't hear me, or B, they don't want to wait a few minutes to get an answer. And they're just impatient, which, if that's the case, I don't really give a fuck.
Will this be a second lost time again?
Alright, let's swap the rings back. Yeah, I don't know. Just kind of annoyed about it. You hear me just fine? Alright, sweet. Yeah, because one guy came in and said he was looking for a lazy build, and after like 4 minutes, I said something back, got no response. And then Watermelon said something, I don't know, a couple minutes ago, like 10 minutes ago, and I responded like quick. It's just gone. Not answering. Kind of like the other day, even Twitch chat, like we were sitting here chatting, and someone came in and asked me a question, and I rebutted with my own question, and they didn't answer me. Then they joined the Discord, and they typed the question in Discord, and I rebutted, but the same exact thing I said in stream, and they never responded. And after I came back to the house after 4 or 5 hours, I replied to them and I said, "Oh, thanks for answering my question. Good talk." Like, bro, like, don't ask me a question if you don't want the fucking answer. Like, if I have a question about your question, answer my fucking question so I can answer your question. It's not the damn hard. Common courtesy. Don't ask me a question and then just run off. Like, it's so stupid. Like, why would I go into someone's chat and be like, "Hey, can you explain the answers, like the you know, the meaning of life," and then just leave the chat, instantly just leave, because you don't give a shit what they have to say. Like, that's just straight troll. So annoying. If you don't honestly want to hear what I have to say, damn, that hurt. That hurt. That's 2 deaths tonight. He's a little weak when it comes to the ultis in map. His map ultis are a little weak. Not a big deal. Kind of sucks a little bit. Oh. All right. Here's someone killing me. I saw the thing that killed me. I just don't know what of what he did to me killed me. I think it was a fizz hit. But I'm not 100%. There was a big monkey that did a big clobber attack.
Your pride demands reminding
Seriously. I hate these mobs, dude.
relentless assault.
Mobs are so annoying.
The dance of death is swift. Lightning always strikes twice. Be torn to shreds.
Ugh. Keeps giving me really bad options. Might fail this one because this one guy is like soul eater or some shit.
The wind conspires with flames.
I don't need to finish that one. Yeah, there's soul run. One of the skills we were talking about earlier. Oh. All right, I think I'm gonna get off after this. I'm feeling tired. Feeling quiet. My head is killing me, so. All right, we're gonna call it here. Like I said, we lost like fucking 30% XP today for the 2 deaths that we had. So we're gonna stop running maps on this guy. I'm gonna run on my other guy. But I'm gonna get off of here and get something to eat. Major Pantheons for bossing. Oh, okay, good. Orb, did you say you wanted this POB? I asked earlier, you never answered me. Also, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Did you say you wanted this? Z, thanks for being here as well. Okay. Like I said, it's not good because it is my current character that I haven't juiced. So just keep that in mind. But it's the idea and the principle behind it. Anyway, that's it. I'm gonna be out of here. If you guys haven't joined the Discord, want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing is, don't be a dick. If you have any gaming questions, ever need help, want to share some of the shows on out, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you need to reach me off stream, that's the best place to do it. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I'd appreciate that as well. Go on over there, go give it a little follow. And if you ever miss a stream, want to rewatch a stream, that's the best place to do it. But I appreciate y'all. We'll be back on Wednesday and Thursday, back on this, grinding a little bit more. Unless I get bored by then, but I don't see that happening right now. But I appreciate y'all. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully I'll see you guys on Wednesday. If you need me in the meantime, hit me in the Discord. The other character? No, my block character. This is my block cast on stun. He is similar to that character. Here, I'll show you this character. This character's hilarious. I'll run one more map. This character's hilarious. So he's basically my RF, but he has an added layer of 99% block chance. He is hilarious.
The storm comes swiftly.
He is just as tanky, if not more tanky. He does roughly the same amount of damage, but his single target potential isn't as strong. Nope, no strength stacking. No strength stacking. Super simple build, bro. Super simple build. So, we rock the Aziri's Crest. Right? For Lucky. Or Lucky rolls 3 times. His passive tree gives him Lucky Block.
He rolls this for max block, which I'm contemplating taking off. Maybe I'll do it later. I'll tinker with the idea of taking this off for something else. But right now, this gives him increased max block and then a bunch of extra block to get him over block cap to get him to 99%. He runs the block ring, but I changed this up recently and I really like the change. We're rocking a brass dome vigil with physical damage taken as fire from the Cloak of Flame. And we're rocking Relic Kesh to count as having max endurance charges. So we always have endurance charges. We don't need to generate them. Super nice. We're going to be putting on a Mage Blood just like in the other build. But this weapon is what gives us our damage. Right? So before I was doing all fire skills. I was doing Wave of Conviction Tarthus with Flame Wall, with Firestorm of Pelting, with Flame Surge of Combustion. Like, it was like 15 skills being triggered and everything was just dying, but it had chance to bleed on it, right? And the chance that I'm getting fucked by something in here. Something is absolutely fucking me. Alright, I don't need that, so I'll just leave this. That was crazy. Oh, so he's susceptible to degen just like my other character, but he has a 99 block, which is a big difference in the builds, right? Alright, so the weapon though, it gives him spell damage and it gives him poison damage, and then any triggered skills poison on hit. So my Blade Fall, Blade Blast, Ethereal Knives, all poison. Every one of them poison. The one thing I'm missing is my Ascendancy, and my Ascendancy gives me about 80% of my damage increase. But I'm going to go from, actually it's even more than that. I'm going to go from 100,000 total DPS to roughly 300,000 by getting my bloodline that I'm trying to get. So my damage is going to significantly skyrocket once I get my Ascendancy, but I have to pay for a carry. I need someone to carry me through Lycia from Sanctum to get it. But anyway, like, yes, this was 30 divines, but you don't need this. You can rock with a Cloak of Flame until you get to one of these. You don't need this. You just run endurance charges one hit, right? Until you get to that point, or endurance charge on block or whatever. There's a lot of easier ways to do it. You just don't have them permanent, so you have to generate them every time you get into a fight or whatever. So it's got a little downtime in the endurance charges. And then passively speaking, it's kind of the same build but slightly different. Now you take max res here, you take max res here, you have this max res. You know, you have the blood magic, you have the block rune, you have the HP, you have the HP here. You take this for the extra chaos damage or fire damage, whichever version you're running, with the Ancestral Instinct here. Pick up more life here. Eventually you do the Timeless Jewel here so you can tattoo everything. Eventually you'll drop these nodes once you get a Mage Blood. You can get the Endurance Charge, the Endurance Charge, the Endurance Charge. Come up, you pick up the block wheel here, obviously the stun part here. You get the reservation wheel here, the block node here, and then the damage node here. That's literally the build. Once you get the Mage Blood and the Timeless Jewel, you drop this. You drop these two. You obviously pick this up. You drop this. You drop this. You drop this. And then you just put in a couple clusters for more damage or HP. Like you can do large voice clusters, and you can do corrupted jewels, and you can do an Adorn setup if you want. That's what I'm going to try and do. A lot of other people just do clusters in Stealth and just do chaos clusters, like large clusters, just to get more damage out of it that way. But it's literally the build. It's super simple. It's super easy. Literally, if you pick up these 4 nodes, these 5 nodes, and these 4 nodes here, if you have this shield, Tempest Shield, and this amulet, you are block capped. You are 99.99 block capped. That's all you need. And then to fix your reservations, you grab this, and then you rune graph this, and you have like 46% mana reservation. So you're at like 55% life. And then as long as you pick up this lightning res, this cold res, and this barbarism, you have 85 res. Well, sorry, 80% res. You rock a triple flask, so sapphire, topaz, ruby, and you're at 85% res. If you get the brass dome, you're at 90% res. You get the mage blood, you can drop this and this. Because that's actually 5. I mean, you have to pick up 1 max res somewhere, or you're just stuck at 89% res across the board, which is perfectly fine as well. It'll just be 89, 89, I think 90, because this one gives you the +1 you're missing. But yeah, you'd be like 89, 89, 90. But you're still block capped. You still have like a bunch of stuff. Now, where your survivability comes from is your Watcher's Eye. You get a very cheap life on hit Watcher's Eye, and you run Essence Drain of Wickedness with returning projectiles. So this is blanketing the screen, and you regenerate 1.5 to 1.57% of the damage that's the debuff that's put on the mobs. You regenerate a ridiculous amount of HP from this. It's ridiculous. So I mean, it's not a very hard build put together. Literally 2 passive nodes. And if you don't go if you don't go poison version, you go regular fire version, you pick up this, so bleeds explode, and you do fire converted to fizz converted to fire, and a few other spots and stuff like that. And you basically just ignite and you cause bleeds and things pop and explode and spread ignites and everything just dies, and it works really well. I just wanted to try a different variation, so I tried the Blade Blast version, and I'm liking it a little bit more, but it's really easy. The build is cheap and it's easy. I mean, it scales to being expensive, but to get it up and running, it doesn't take a whole lot, but you can't level it as this character, and you can't complete your Atlas with this character. So this is a character that you swap to. Like, you play it as like a Bleed Glad first, and then you swap to this to do ultimatum farming, because this is all it's meant for, is ultimatum farming. It's literally the only thing that this character is designed for, is to do high level ultimatums, and it can do almost every single ultimatum mod in the game. The only one it can't do is block, and technically there is a variation that can be swapped to during ultimatum to handle the no block mod, and it's designed to literally just do any ultimatum you throw at it. That's what it's meant for. So the damage isn't very high, but it's meant to just do every mod in ultimatum and to do it well. But it can't kill bosses. The map clear, as you can tell, is kind of dog water, so you don't want to try and do your Atlas completion with it, and you don't want to Uber with it. You don't want to boss map, like kill bosses with it. You literally just want to run in and do ultimatums. All you want to do. You can make mad money running white rarity freaking T16 maps with ultimatums in them and just selling inscribed ultimatums. You can make so much money. Or you can run the inscribed ultimatums and make money that way too. But the safer bet is just to sell the inscribes to other players and just keep spamming maps. That's the safest way to do it. But this build is definitely interesting and it's different. Like I said, my damage is poo-poo right now without my ascendancy. But you see all the essence drains just thrown all, like, look at them, they're just blanketing the screen, hitting everything, and then they return back and they hit things again. It just covers the whole fucking map. So the amount of regen I'm getting while I'm being attacked is insane. So on Wednesday, Orbit, if you're around, I can show you. I was typically I play this character on stream because I'm trying to tinker with it, I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to learn it, trying to make it better. My RF I play off stream while I do inscribed ultimatums to make money. But we'll be back on Wednesday and Thursday, and we'll be playing this. If you want to see this character a little bit more in action, we'll be playing it then, most likely. The only reason I played my RF tonight is because my friend bought me a whole bunch of inscribes, and I was running my inscribes, and then we got into conversations, and we just kind of just stuck on the RF.
But you can kind of see the character. Like I said, it's not meant to map clear. The ideal method of this character, like legitimately. So okay, you're the one that joined my Discord earlier? Okay. I was like, who the hell joined my Discord earlier? I saw the message and I just didn't look. So the ideal way to run this character is not to map clear. It's literally to go into a map that you don't give a shit about, right? Like, it doesn't matter what map layout you do. Technically, like, people say Jungle Valley because, you know, you can get altars that could, you know, be good or whatever if you want to clear the map. But if you just want to do Ultimatum, and you just want to make money from Ultimatum, I'm not even exaggerating when I say this. You grab a white map and you toss it into the map device. Doesn't matter what map you run it on. Just whatever map you can easily get to the Ultimatum. Toss it in, and you rock these 3 scarabs. That's it. These 3 scarabs. You rock the double XP one, so the rounds count for 2 additional rounds, whatever. And then you rock this one, so any catalyst are ultimatums, or inscribed ultimatums. This is just extra if you want more mobs to kill, but like I said, if you're just going to spam ultimatum, you put these 3 in, and you just fucking run to the ultimatum, clear it, and leave. All you do. So for your Atlas tree, you pick up all the ultimatums, and that's it. You don't even need this. You don't need this, right? You just need the ultimatum ones. You don't need the ores. You don't need the explicit modifiers. You don't need any of this, because none of this is going to change the inscribed ultimatums that are dropping. The inscribed ultimatums are always going to be a single one, so quantity does nothing for you. Rarity does nothing for you that I know of. So you just fucking run it. Just go in hard and run it. Alright, so 30%. Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello.
We can get a div one. Oh.
Farewell.
Chaos. 70. Didn't get any div ones yet. Alright, let's sell these ones.
Keep greetings. Till hello. Journey well.
Don't get any. Alright. Oh well, that sucks. Yeah, that's what we've been trying here. So the one thing that we changed on the build that we were not following, but that we were kind of like getting inspiration for, is we swapped out Void Sphere of Rending for Frostbomb because we were having problems with life regeneration mobs. But if I want single target damage, I swap Void Sphere in, and it helps with my single target damage significantly compared to Frostbomb. But if they have life regen or conk effect, Frostbomb's better. But yeah, this is the build I've been tinkering with. Like, this weapon isn't very expensive. This is expensive. This is probably tolerably expensive. Cheap. Cheap. All yellow gear can be expensive, but relatively cheap. Auto flasks, relatively cheap. Like, it's very fucking easy character to run. Like I said, for leveling purposes, you go 99 block, or you go block glad with like bleeds, and you just like lacerate bleed, and you just clear the game. I'm gonna test lacerate bleed next time I come back, like next time I play this character. But anyway, I appreciate y'all. Take it easy. I'll catch you guys on Wednesday. See you. Bye. Thank you. Sorry, I stuck around a little longer than I want to, but I appreciate you guys. I gotta run. I gotta go do some errands and stuff. I'll talk to you guys on Wednesday. If you need me in the meantime, hit me in the Discord. Bye. See ya.